Yossarian and Orr walked from the barber shop in dejection. Deserted by Milo, they trudged homelessly through the reveling masses in futile search of a place to sleep. Yossarian was exhausted. His head throbbed with a dull, debilitating pain, and he was irritable with Orr, who had found 2 crab-apples somewhere and walked with them in his cheeks until Yossarian spied them there and made him take them out. Then Orr found 2 horse-chestnuts somewhere and slipped those in until Yossarian detected them and snapped at him again to take the crab-apples out of his mouth. Orr grinned and replied that they were not crab-apples, but horse-chestnuts, and that they were not in his mouth but in his hands. But Yossarian was not able to understand a single word he said because of the horse-chestnuts in his mouth, and made him take them out anyway. A sly light twinkled in Orr's eyes. He rubbed his forehead harshly with his knuckles like a man in an alcoholic stupor, and snickered lewdly. "Do you remember that girl?" He broke off to snicker lewdly again. "Do you remember that girl who was hitting me over the head with that shoe in that apartment in Rome when we were both naked?" he asked with a look of cunning expectation. He waited until Yossarian nodded cautiously. "If you let me put the chestnuts back in my mouth, I'll tell you why she was hitting me. Is that a deal?" Yossarian nodded, and Orr told him the whole fantastic story of why the naked girl in Nately's whore's apartment was hitting him over the head with her shoe. But Yossarian was not able to understand a single word because the horse-chestnuts were back in his mouth. Yossarian roared with exasperated laughter at the trick, but in the end there was nothing for them to do when night fell but eat a damp dinner in a dirty restaurant and hitch a ride back to the airfield where they slept on the chill metal floor of the plane, and turned and tossed in groaning torment until the truck drivers blasted up less than 2 hours later with their crates of artichokes and chased them out onto the ground while they filled up the plane. A heavy rain began falling. Yossarian and Orr were dripping wet by the time the trucks drove away, and had no choice but to squeeze themselves back into the plane and roll themselves up like shivering anchovies between the jolting corners of the crates of artichokes that Milo flew up to Naples at dawn and exchanged for the cinnamon sticks, cloves, vanilla beans, and pepper pods that he rushed right back down south with that same day to Malta, where it turned out he was Assistant Governor General. There was no room for Yossarian and Orr in Malta either. Milo was Major Sir Milo Minderbender in Malta and had a gigantic office in the Governor-General's building. His mahogany desk was immense. In a panel of the oak wall between crossed British flags hung a dramatic, arresting photograph of Major Sir Milo Minderbender in the dress uniform of the Royal Welsh Fusiliers. His mustache in the photograph was clipped and narrow, his chin was chiseled, and his eyes were sharp as thorns. Milo had been knighted, commissioned a major in the Royal Welsh Fusiliers, and named Assistant Governor-General of Malta because he had brought the egg trade there. He gave Yossarian and Orr generous permission to spend the night on the thick carpet in his office. But shortly after he left, a sentry in battle dress appeared and drove them from the building at the tip of his bayonet, and they rode out exhaustedly to the airport with a surly cab driver who overcharged them and went to sleep inside the plane again, which was filled now with leaking gunny sacks of cocoa and freshly ground coffee, and reeking with an odor so rich that they were both outside, retching violently against the landing gear, when Milo was chauffeured up the first thing the next morning, looking fit as a fiddle, and took right off for Oran, where there was again no room at the hotel for Yossarian and Orr, and where Milo was Vice-Shah. Milo had at his disposal sumptuous quarters inside a salmon-pink palace, but Yossarian and Orr were not allowed to accompany him inside because they were Christian infidels. They were stopped at the gates by gargantuan Berber guards with scimitars and chased away. Orr was snuffling and sneezing with a crippling head cold. Yossarian's broad back was bent and aching. He was ready to break Milo's neck, but Milo was Vice-Shah of Oran, and his person was sacred. Milo was not only the Vice-Shah of Oran, as it turned out, but also the Caliph of Baghdad, the Imam of Damascus, and the Sheikh of Araby. Milo was the corn god, the rain god, and the rice god in backward regions where such crude gods were still worshipped by ignorant and superstitious people, and deep inside the jungles of Africa, he intimated with becoming modesty, large graven images of his mustached face could be found overlooking primitive stone altars, red with human blood. Everywhere they touched he was acclaimed with honor, and it was one triumphal ovation after another for him in city after city, until they finally doubled back through the Middle East and reached Cairo, where Milo cornered the market on cotton that no one else in the world wanted, and brought himself promptly to the brink of ruin. In Cairo there was at last room at the hotel for Yossarian and Orr. There were soft beds for them with fat, fluffed-up pillows and clean, crisp sheets. There were closets with hangers for their clothes. There was water to wash with. Yossarian and Orr soaked their rancid, unfriendly bodies pink in a steaming hot tub, and then went from the hotel with Milo to eat shrimp cocktails and filet mignon in a very fine restaurant with a stock ticker in the lobby that happened to be clicking out the latest quotation for Egyptian cotton when Milo inquired of the captain of waiters what kind of machine it was. Milo had never imagined a machine so beautiful as a stock ticker before. "Really?" he exclaimed, when the captain of waiters had finished his explanation. "And how much is Egyptian cotton selling for?" The captain of waiters told him, and Milo bought the whole crop. But Yossarian was not nearly so frightened by the Egyptian cotton Milo bought as he was by the bunches of green-red bananas Milo had spotted in the native marketplace as they drove into the city, and his fears proved justified, for Milo shook him awake out of a deep sleep just after 12 and shoved a partly peeled banana toward him. Yossarian choked back a sob. "Taste it," Milo urged, following Yossarian's writhing face around with the banana insistently. "Oh, Milo, you bastard," moaned Yossarian. "I've got to get some sleep." "Eat it, and tell me if it's good," Milo persevered. "Don't tell Orr I gave it to you. I charged him 2 piastres for his." Yossarian ate the banana submissively and closed his eyes after telling Milo it was good, but Milo shook him awake again and instructed him to get dressed as quickly as he could because they were leaving at once for Pianosa. "You and Orr have to load the bananas into the plane right away," he explained. "The man said to watch out for spiders while you're handling the bunches." "Milo, can't we wait until morning?" Yossarian pleaded. "I've got to get some sleep." "Oh, they're ripening very quickly," answered Milo, "and we don't have a minute to lose. Just think how happy the men back at the squadron will be when they get these bananas." But the men back at the squadron never even saw any of the bananas, for it was a seller's market for bananas in Istanbul, and a buyer's market in Beirut for the caraway seeds Milo rushed with to Benghazi after selling the bananas. And when they raced back into Pianosa breathlessly 6 days later, at the conclusion of Orr's rest leave, it was with a load of best white eggs from Sicily, that Milo said were from Egypt, and sold to his mess halls for only 4 cents apiece, so that all the commanding officers in his syndicate would implore him to speed right back to Cairo for more bunches of green-red bananas to sell in Turkey for the caraway seeds in demand in Benghazi. And everybody had a share. Chapter 23. Nately's Old Man. The only one back in the squadron who did see any of Milo's red bananas was Arfi, who picked up 2 from an influential fraternity brother of his in the quartermaster corps when the bananas ripened and began streaming into Italy through normal black market channels. And it was in the officer's apartment with Yossarian the evening Nately finally found his whore again, after so many fruitless weeks of mournful searching, and lured her back to the apartment with 2 girlfriends by promising them $30 each. $30 each, remarked Arfi slowly, poking and patting each of the 3 strapping girls skeptically with the air of a grudging connoisseur. $30 is a lot of money for pieces like these. Besides, I never paid for it in my life. "I'm not asking you to pay for it," Nately assured him quickly. "I'll pay for them all. I just want you guys to take the other 2. Won't you help me out?" Arfi smirked complacently and shook his soft round head. "Nobody has to pay for it for good old Arfi. I can get all I want any time I want it. I'm just not in the mood right now." "Why don't you just pay all 3 and send the other 2 away?" Yossarian suggested. "Because then mine will be angry with me for making her work for her money," Nately replied with an anxious look at his girl, who was glowering at him restlessly and starting to mutter. "She says that if I really like her, I'd send her away and go to bed with one of the others." "I have a better idea," boasted Arfi. "Why don't we keep the 3 of them here until after the curfew, and then threaten to push them out into the street to be arrested unless they give us all their money? We can even threaten to push them out the window." "Arfi!" Nately was aghast. "I was only trying to help," said Arfi sheepishly. Arfie was always trying to help Nately because Nately's father was rich and prominent and in an excellent position to help Arfie after the war. "Gee whiz," he defended himself querulously. "Back in school, we were always doing things like that. I remember one day we tricked these two dumb high school girls from town into the fraternity house and made them put out for all the fellows there who wanted them by threatening to call up their parents and say they were putting out for us. We kept them trapped in bed there for more than 10 hours. We even smacked their faces a little when they started to complain. Then we took away their nickels and dimes and chewing gum and threw them out. Boy, we used to have fun in that fraternity house," he recalled peacefully, his corpulent cheeks aglow with the jovial, rubicund warmth of nostalgic recollection. "We used to ostracize everyone, even each other." But Arfie was no help to Nately now, as the girl Nately had fallen so deeply in love with began swearing at him sullenly with rising, menacing resentment. Luckily, Hungry Joe burst in just then, and everything was all right again, except that Dunbar staggered in drunk a minute later and began embracing one of the other giggling girls at once. Now there were 4 men and 3 girls, and the 7 of them left Arfie in the apartment and climbed into a horse-drawn cab, which remained at the curb at a dead halt while the girls demanded their money in advance. Nately gave them $90 with a gallant flourish after borrowing $20 from Yossarian, $35 from Dunbar, and $17 from Hungry Joe. The girls grew friendlier then and called an address to the driver, who drove them at a clopping pace halfway across the city into a section they had never visited before, and stopped in front of an old, tall building on a dark street. The girls led them up 4 steep, very long flights of creaking wooden stairs and guided them through a doorway into their own wonderful and resplendent tenement apartment, which burgeoned miraculously with an infinite and proliferating flow of supple young naked girls, and contained the evil and debauched, ugly old man who irritated Nately constantly with his caustic laughter, and the clucking, proper old woman in the ash-gray woolen sweater, who disapproved of everything immoral that occurred there and tried her best to tidy up. The amazing place was a fertile, seething cornucopia of female nipples and navels. At first there were just their own 3 girls in the dimly lit drab-brown sitting room that stood at the juncture of 3 murky hallways leading in separate directions to the distant recesses of the strange and marvelous bordello. The girls disrobed at once, pausing in different stages to point proudly to their garish underthings, and bantering all the while with the gaunt and dissipated old man with the shabby long white hair and slovenly white unbuttoned shirt, who sat cackling lasciviously in a musty blue armchair almost in the exact center of the room, and bade Nately and his companions welcome with a mirthful and sardonic formality. Then the old woman trudged out to get a girl for Hungry Joe, dipping her captious head sadly, and returned with 2 big-bosomed beauties, one already undressed and the other in only a transparent pink half-slip that she wiggled out of while sitting down. 3 more naked girls sauntered in from a different direction and remained to chat, then 2 others. 4 more girls passed through the room in an indolent group, engrossed in conversation. 3 were barefoot, and 1 wobbled perilously on a pair of unbuckled silver dancing shoes that did not seem to be her own. 1 more girl appeared wearing only panties and sat down, bringing the total congregating there in just a few minutes to 11, all but 1 of them completely unclothed. There was bare flesh lounging everywhere, most of it plump, and Hungry Joe began to die. He stood stock still in rigid cataleptic astonishment while the girls ambled in and made themselves comfortable. Then he let out a piercing shriek suddenly and bolted toward the door in a headlong dash, back toward the enlisted men's apartment for his camera, only to be halted in his tracks with another frantic shriek by the dreadful, freezing premonition that this whole lovely, lurid, rich, and colorful pagan paradise would be snatched away from him irredeemably if he were to let it out of his sight for even an instant. He stopped in the doorway and sputtered, the wiry veins and tendons in his face and neck pulsating violently. The old man watched him with victorious merriment, sitting in his musty blue armchair like some satanic and hedonistic deity on a throne, a stolen U.S. Army blanket wrapped around his spindly legs to ward off a chill. He laughed quietly, his sunken, shrewd eyes sparkling perceptibly with a cynical and wanton enjoyment. He had been drinking. Nately reacted on sight with bristling enmity to this wicked, depraved, and unpatriotic old man who was old enough to remind him of his father and who made disparaging jokes about America. "America," he said, "will lose the war, and Italy will win it." "America is the strongest and most prosperous nation on earth," Nately informed him with lofty fervor and dignity, "and the American fighting man is second to none." "Exactly," agreed the old man pleasantly, with a hint of taunting amusement. "Italy, on the other hand, is one of the least prosperous nations on earth, and the Italian fighting man is probably second to all. And that's exactly why my country is doing so well in this war, while your country is doing so poorly." Nately guffawed with surprise, then blushed apologetically for his impoliteness. "I'm sorry I laughed at you," he said sincerely, and he continued in a tone of respectful condescension. "But Italy was occupied by the Germans, and is now being occupied by us. You don't call that doing very well, do you?" "But of course I do," exclaimed the old man cheerfully. "The Germans are being driven out, and we are still here. In a few years you will be gone too, and we will still be here. You see, Italy is really a very poor and weak country, and that's what makes us so strong. Italian soldiers are not dying anymore, but American and German soldiers are. I call that doing extremely well. Yes, I am quite certain that Italy will survive this war and still be in existence long after your own country has been destroyed." Nately could scarcely believe his ears. He had never heard such shocking blasphemies before, and he wondered with instinctive logic why G-men did not appear to lock the traitorous old man up. "America is not going to be destroyed!" he shouted passionately. "Never?" prodded the old man softly. "Well?" Nately faltered. The old man laughed indulgently, holding in check a deeper, more explosive delight. His goading remained gentle. "Rome was destroyed. Greece was destroyed. Persia was destroyed. Spain was destroyed. All great countries are destroyed. Why not yours? How much longer do you really think your own country will last? Forever? Keep in mind that the earth itself is destined to be destroyed by the sun in 25 million years or so." Nately squirmed uncomfortably. "Well, forever is a long time, I guess." "A million years?" persisted the jeering old man with keen, sadistic zest. "A 500,000? The frog is almost 500 million years old. Could you really say with much certainty that America, with all its strength and prosperity, with its fighting man that is second to none, and with its standard of living that is the highest in the world, will last as long as the frog?" Nately wanted to smash his leering face. He looked about imploringly for help in defending his country's future against the obnoxious calumnies of this sly and sinful assailant. He was disappointed. Yossarian and Dunbar were busy in a far corner pawing orgiastically at 4 or 5 frolicsome girls and 6 bottles of red wine, and Hungry Joe had long since tramped away down one of the mystic hallways, propelling before him like a ravening despot as many of the broadest-hipped young prostitutes as he could contain in his frail windmilling arms and cram into one double bed. Nately felt himself at an embarrassing loss. His own girl sat sprawled out gracelessly on an overstuffed sofa with an expression of otiose boredom. Nately was unnerved by her torpid indifference to him, by the same sleepy and inert poise that he remembered so vividly, so sweetly, and so miserably, From the first time she had seen him and ignored him at the packed penny-ante blackjack game in the living room of the enlisted men's apartment. Her lax mouth hung open in a perfect O, and God alone knew at what her glazed and smoky eyes were staring in such brute apathy. The old man waited tranquilly, watching him with a discerning smile that was both scornful and sympathetic. A lissom, blonde, sinuous girl with lovely legs and honey-colored skin laid herself out contentedly on the arm of the old man's chair and began molesting his angular, pale, dissolute face languidly and coquettishly. Nately stiffened with resentment and hostility at the sight of such lechery in a man so old. He turned away with a sinking heart and wondered why he simply did not take his own girl and go to bed. This sordid, vulturous, diabolical old man reminded Nately of his father, because the two were nothing at all alike. Nately's father was a courtly, white-haired gentleman who dressed impeccably. This old man was an uncouth bum. Nately's father was a sober, philosophical, and responsible man. This old man was fickle and licentious. Nately's father was discreet and cultured. This old man was a boor. Nately's father believed in honor and knew the answer to everything. This old man believed in nothing and had only questions. Nately's father had a distinguished white mustache. This old man had no mustache at all. Nately's father, and everyone else's father Nately had ever met, was dignified, wise, and venerable. This old man was utterly repellent, and Nately plunged back into debate with him, determined to repudiate his vile logic and insinuations with an ambitious vengeance that would capture the attention of the bored, phlegmatic girl he had fallen so intensely in love with, and win her admiration forever. "Well, frankly, I don't know how long America is going to last," he proceeded dauntlessly. "I suppose we can't last forever if the world itself is going to be destroyed someday, but I do know that we're going to survive and triumph for a long, long time." "For how long?" mocked the profane old man with a gleam of malicious elation. "Not even as long as the frog?" "Much longer than you or me," Nately blurted out lamely. "Oh, is that all? That won't be very much longer, then, considering that you're so gullible and brave, and that I am already such an old, old man." "How old are you?" Nately asked, growing intrigued and charmed with the old man in spite of himself. 107. The old man chuckled heartily at Nately's look of chagrin. "Oh, I see you don't believe that either." "I don't believe anything you tell me," Nately replied with a bashful, mitigating smile. "The only thing I do believe is that America is going to win the war." "You put so much stock in winning wars," the grubby, iniquitous old man scoffed. "The real trick lies in losing wars, in knowing which wars can be lost. Italy has been losing wars for centuries, and just see how splendidly we've done nonetheless. France wins wars and is in a continual state of crisis. Germany loses and prospers. Look at our own recent history. Italy won a war in Ethiopia and promptly stumbled into serious trouble. Victory gave us such insane delusions of grandeur that we helped start a world war we hadn't a chance of winning. But now that we are losing again, everything has taken a turn for the better, and we will certainly come out on top again, if we succeed in being defeated." Nately gaped at him in undisguised befuddlement. "Now I really don't understand what you're saying. You talk like a madman." "But I live like a sane one. I was a fascist when Mussolini was on the top, and I am an anti-fascist now that he has been deposed. I was fanatically pro-German when the Germans were here to protect us against the Americans, and now that the Americans are here to protect us against the Germans, I am fanatically pro-American. I can assure you, my outraged young friend, The old man's knowing, disdainful eyes shone even more effervescently as Nately's stuttering dismay increased. "That you and your country will have a no more loyal partisan in Italy than me, but only as long as you remain in Italy." "But," Nately cried out in disbelief, "you're a turncoat, a time-server, a shameful, unscrupulous opportunist." "I am 107 years old," the old man reminded him suavely. "Don't you have any principles?" "Of course not." "No morality?" "Oh, I am a very moral man," the villainous old man assured him with satiric seriousness, stroking the bare hip of a buxom, black-haired girl with pretty dimples who had stretched herself out seductively on the other arm of his chair. He grinned at Nately sarcastically as he sat between both naked girls in smug and threadbare splendor, with a sovereign hand on each. "I can't believe it," Nately remarked grudgingly, trying stubbornly not to watch him in relationship to the girls. "I simply can't believe it." "But it's perfectly true. When the Germans marched into the city, I danced in the streets like a youthful ballerina and shouted 'Heil Hitler' until my lungs were hoarse. I even waved a small Nazi flag that I snatched away from a beautiful little girl while her mother was looking the other way. When the Germans left the city, I rushed out to welcome the Americans with a bottle of excellent brandy and a basket of flowers. The brandy was for myself, of course, and the flowers were to sprinkle upon our liberators. There was a very stiff and stuffy old major riding in the first car, and I hit him squarely in the eye with a red rose. A marvelous shot. You should have seen him wince." Nately gasped and was on his feet with amazement, the blood draining from his cheeks. "Major de Coverley!" he cried.
"Do you know him?"
inquired the old man with delight.
"What a charming coincidence!"
Nately was too astounded even to hear him. "So you're the one who wounded Major de Coverley!" he exclaimed in horrified indignation. "How could you do such a thing?" The fiendish old man was unperturbed.
"How could I resist, you mean? You should have seen the arrogant old boor sitting there so sternly in that car, like the Almighty himself, with his big, rigid head and his foolish, solemn face. What a tempting target he made. I got him in the eye with an American Beauty rose. I thought that was most appropriate. Don't you?"
"That was a terrible thing to do," Nately shouted at him reproachfully. "A vicious and criminal thing. Major de Coverley is our squadron executive officer."
"Is he?"
teased the unregenerate old man, pinching his pointy jaw gravely in a parody of repentance.
"In that case, you must give me credit for being impartial. When the Germans rode in, I almost stabbed a robust young Oberleutnant to death with a sprig of Edelweiss."
Nately was appalled and bewildered by the abominable old man's inability to perceive the enormity of his offense. "Don't you realize what you've done?" he scolded vehemently. "Major de Coverley is a noble and wonderful person, and everyone admires him."
"He's a silly old fool who really has no right acting like a silly young fool. Where is he today? Dead?"
Nately answered softly with somber awe. "Nobody knows. He seems to have disappeared."
"You see? Imagine a man his age risking what little life he has left for something so absurd as a country."
Nately was instantly up in arms again. "There is nothing so absurd about risking your life for your country," he declared.
"Isn't there?" asked the old man. "What is a country? A country is a piece of land surrounded on all sides by boundaries, usually unnatural. Englishmen are dying for England, Americans are dying for America, Germans are dying for Germany, Russians are dying for Russia. There are now 50 or 60 countries fighting in this war. Surely, so many countries can't all be worth dying for?
Anything worth living for, said Nately, is worth dying for.
And anything worth dying for, answered the sacrilegious old man, is certainly worth living for. You know, you're such a pure and naive young man that I almost feel sorry for you. How old are you? 25? 26?
19, said Nately. I'll be 20 in January.
If you live.
The old man shook his head, wearing for a moment the same touchy, meditating frown of the fretful and disapproving old woman.
They are going to kill you if you don't watch out. And I can see now that you are not going to watch out. Why don't you use some sense and try to be more like me? You might live to be 107 too.
Because it's better to die on one's feet than live on one's knees, Nately retorted with triumphant and lofty conviction. I guess you've heard that saying before.
Yes, I certainly have, mused the treacherous old man, smiling again. But I'm afraid you have it backward. It is better to live on one's feet than die on one's knees. That is the way the saying goes.
Are you sure? Nately asked with sober confusion. It seems to make more sense my way.
No, it makes more sense my way. Ask your friends.
Nately turned to ask his friends and discovered they had gone. Yossarian and Dunbar had both disappeared. The old man roared with contemptuous merriment at Nately's look of embarrassed surprise. Nately's face darkened with shame. He vacillated helplessly for a few seconds and then spun himself around and fled inside the nearest of the hallways in search of Yossarian and Dunbar, hoping to catch them in time and bring them back to the rescue with news of the remarkable clash between the old man and Major de Coverley. All the doors in the hallways were shut. There was light under none. It was already very late. Nately gave up his search forlornly. There was nothing left for him to do, he realized finally, but get the girl he was in love with and lie down with her somewhere to make tender, courteous love to her and plan their future together. But she had gone off to bed, too, by the time he returned to the sitting room for her, and there was nothing left for him to do then but resume his abortive discussion with the loathsome old man, who rose from his armchair with jesting civility and excused himself for the night, abandoning Nately there with two bleary-eyed girls who could not tell him into which room his own whore had gone, and who padded off to bed several seconds later after trying in vain to interest him in themselves, leaving him to sleep alone in the sitting-room on the small, lumpy sofa. Nately was a sensitive, rich, good-looking boy with dark hair, trusting eyes, and a pain in his neck when he awoke on the sofa early the next morning and wondered dully where he was. His nature was invariably gentle and polite. He had lived for almost 20 years without trauma, tension, hate, or neurosis, which was proof to Yossarian of just how crazy he really was. His childhood had been a pleasant, though disciplined one. He got on well with his brothers and sisters, and he did not hate his mother and father, even though they had both been very good to him. Nately had been brought up to detest people like Arfie, whom his mother characterized as climbers, and people like Milo, whom his father characterized as pushers, but he had never learned how since he had never been permitted near them. As far as he could recall, his homes in Philadelphia, New York, Maine, Palm Beach, Southampton, London, Deauville, Paris, and the south of France had always been crowded only with ladies and gentlemen who were not climbers or pushers. Nately's mother, a descendant of the New England Thorntons, was a daughter of the American Revolution. His father was a son of a bitch. "Always remember," his mother had reminded him frequently, "that you are a Nately. You are not a Vanderbilt, whose fortune was made by a vulgar tugboat captain, or a Rockefeller, whose wealth was amassed through unscrupulous speculations in crude petroleum, or a Reynolds or Duke, whose income was derived from the sale to the unsuspecting public of products containing cancer-causing resins and tars. And you are certainly not an Astor, whose family, I believe, still lets rooms. You are a Nately, and the Natleys have never done anything for their money."
"What your mother means, son," interjected his father affably one time with that flair for graceful and economical expression Nately admired so much, "is that old money is better than new money, and that the newly rich are never to be esteemed as highly as the newly poor. Isn't that correct, my dear?"
Nately's father brimmed continually with sage and sophisticated counsel of that kind. He was as ebullient and ruddy as mulled claret, and Nately liked him a great deal, although he did not like mulled claret. When war broke out, Nately's family decided that he would enlist in the armed forces, since he was too young to be placed in the diplomatic service, and since his father had it on excellent authority that Russia was going to collapse in a matter of weeks or months, and that Hitler, Churchill, Roosevelt, Mussolini, Gandhi, Franco, Peron, and the Emperor of Japan would then all sign a peace treaty and live together happily ever after. It was Nately's father's idea that he join the Air Corps, where he could train safely as a pilot, while the Russians capitulated and the details of the armistice were worked out, and where, as an officer, he would associate only with gentlemen. Instead, he found himself with Yossarian, Dunbar, and Hungry Joe in a whorehouse in Rome, poignantly in love with an indifferent girl there with whom he finally did lie down the morning after the night he slept alone in the sitting-room, only to be interrupted almost immediately by her incorrigible kid sister, who came bursting in without warning and hurled herself onto the bed jealously so that Nately could embrace her too. Nately's whore sprang up snarling to whack her angrily and jerked her to her feet by her hair. The 12-year-old girl looked to Nately like a plucked chicken or like a twig with the bark peeled off. Her sapling body embarrassed everyone in her precocious attempts to imitate her elders, and she was always being chased away to put clothes on and ordered out into the street to play in the fresh air with the other children. The two sisters swore and spat at each other now savagely, raising a fluent, deafening commotion that brought a whole crowd of hilarious spectators swarming into the room. Nately gave up in exasperation. He asked his girl to get dressed and took her downstairs for breakfast. The kid sister tagged along, and Nately felt like the proud head of a family as the three of them ate respectably in a nearby open-air cafe. But Nately's whore was already bored by the time they started back, and she decided to go street-walking with two other girls rather than spend more time with him. Nately and the kid sister followed meekly a block behind, the ambitious youngster to pick up valuable pointers, Nately to eat his liver in mooning frustration, and both were saddened when the girls were stopped by soldiers in a staff car and driven away. Nately went back to the cafe and bought the kid sister chocolate ice cream until her spirits improved, and then returned with her to the apartment, where Yossarian and Dunbar were flopped out in the sitting-room with an exhausted Hungry Joe, who was still wearing on his battered face the blissful, numb, triumphant smile with which he had limped into view from his massive harem that morning like a person with numerous broken bones. The lecherous and depraved old man was delighted with Hungry Joe's split lips and black and blue eyes. He greeted Nately warmly, still wearing the same rumpled clothes of the evening before. Nately was profoundly upset by his seedy and disreputable appearance, and whenever he came to the apartment he wished that the corrupt, immoral old man would put on a clean Brooks Brothers shirt, shave, comb his hair, wear a tweed jacket, and grow a dapper white mustache, so that Nately would not have to suffer such confusing shame each time he looked at him and was reminded of his father. Chapter 24. Milo. April had been the best month of all for Milo. Lilacs bloomed in April, and fruit ripened on the vine. Heartbeats quickened, and old appetites were renewed. In April, a livelier iris gleamed upon the burnished dove. April was spring, and in the spring, Milo Minderbender's fancy had lightly turned to thoughts of tangerines.
Tangerines?
Yes, sir.
Oh, my men would love tangerines, admitted the colonel in Sardinia, who commanded 4 squadrons of B-26s.
There'll be all the tangerines they can eat that you're able to pay for with money from your mess fund, Milo assured him.
Cassava melons?
Are going for a song in Damascus.
I have a weakness for cassava melons. I've always had a weakness for cassava melons.
Just lend me one plane from each squadron, just one plane, and you will have all the casabas you can eat that you've money to pay for. We buy from the syndicate, and everybody has a share. It's amazing. Positively amazing. How can you do it? Mass purchasing power makes the big difference. For example, breaded veal cutlets. I'm not so crazy about breaded veal cutlets, grumbled the skeptical B-25 commander in the north of Corsica. Breaded veal cutlets are very nutritious, Milo admonished him piously. They contain egg yolk and breadcrumbs, and so are lamb chops. Ah, lamb chops, echoed the B-25 commander. Good lamb chops? The best, said Milo, that the black market has to offer. Baby lamb chops? In the cutest little pink paper panties you ever saw. Are going for a song in Portugal. I can't send a plane to Portugal. I haven't the authority. I can, once you lend the plane to me, with a pilot to fly it. And don't forget, you'll get General Dreedle. Will, General Dreedle eat in my mess hall again? Like a pig. Once you start feeding him my best white fresh eggs fried in my pure creamery butter. There'll be tangerines, too, and cassava melons, honeydews, fillet of Dover sole, baked Alaska, and cockles and mussels. And everybody has a share. That, said Milo, is the most beautiful part of it. I don't like it, growled the uncooperative fighter plane commander, who didn't like Milo either. There's an uncooperative fighter plane commander up north who's got it in for me, Milo complained to General Dreedle. It takes just one person to ruin the whole thing, and then you wouldn't have your fresh eggs fried in my pure creamery butter anymore. General Dreedle had the uncooperative fighter plane commander transferred to the Solomon Islands to dig graves, and replaced him with a senile colonel with bursitis and a craving for lychee nuts, who introduced Milo to the B-17 general on the mainland with a yearning for Polish sausage. Polish sausage is going for peanuts in Krakow, Milo informed him. Polish sausage, sighed the general nostalgically. You know, I'd give just about anything for a good hunk of Polish sausage. Just about anything. You don't have to give anything. Just give me one plane for each mess hall and a pilot who will do what he's told, and a small down payment on your initial order as a token of good faith. But Krakow is hundreds of miles behind the enemy lines. How will you get to the sausage? There's an international Polish sausage exchange in Geneva. I'll just fly the peanuts into Switzerland and exchange them for Polish sausage at the open market rate. They'll fly the peanuts back to Krakow, and I'll fly the Polish sausage back to you. You buy only as much Polish sausage as you want through the syndicate. There'll be tangerines, too, with only a little artificial coloring added, and eggs from Malta and Scotch from Sicily. You'll be paying the money to yourself when you buy from the syndicate, since you'll own a share, so you'll really be getting everything you buy for nothing. Doesn't that make sense? Sheer genius. How in the world did you ever think of it? My name is Milo Minderbender. I am 27 years old. Milo Minderbender's planes flew in from everywhere. The pursuit planes, bombers, and cargo ships streaming into Colonel Cathcart's field with pilots at the controls who would do what they were told. The planes were decorated with flamboyant squadron emblems illustrating such laudable ideals as courage, might, justice, truth, liberty, love, honor, and patriotism that were painted out at once by Milo's mechanics with a double coat of flat white and replaced in garish purple with the stenciled name M&M Enterprises, Fine Fruits and Produce. The M&M in M&M Enterprises stood for Milo and Minderbender, and the "and" was inserted, Milo revealed candidly, to nullify any impression that the syndicate was a one-man operation. Planes arrived from Milo from airfields in Italy, North Africa, and England, and from air transport command stations in Liberia, Ascension Island, Cairo, and Karachi. Pursuit planes were traded for additional cargo ships or retained for emergency invoice duty and small parcel service. Trucks and tanks were procured from the ground forces and used for short-distance road hauling. Everybody had a share, and men got fat and moved about tamely with toothpicks in their greasy lips. Milo supervised the whole expanding operation by himself. Deep, otter-brown lines of preoccupation etched themselves permanently into his careworn face and gave him a harried look of sobriety and mistrust. Everybody but Yossarian thought Milo was a jerk, first for volunteering for the job of mess officer, and next for taking it so seriously. Yossarian also thought that Milo was a jerk, but he also knew that Milo was a genius. One day Milo flew away to England to pick up a load of Turkish halava, and came flying back from Madagascar leading 4 German bombers filled with yams, collards, mustard greens, and black-eyed Georgia peas. Milo was dumbfounded when he stepped down to the ground and found a contingent of armed MPs waiting to imprison the German pilots and confiscate their planes. Confiscate! The mere word was anathema to him, and he stormed back and forth in excoriating condemnation, shaking a piercing finger of rebuke in the guilt-ridden faces of Colonel Cathcart, Colonel Corn, and the poor battle-scarred captain with the submachine gun who commanded the MPs. "Is this Russia?" Milo assailed them incredulously at the top of his voice. "Confiscate!" he shrieked, as though he could not believe his own ears. "Since when is it the policy of the American government to confiscate the private property of its citizens? Shame on you! Shame on all of you for even thinking such a horrible thought!" "But, Milo," Major Danby interrupted timidly, "we're at war with Germany, and those are German planes." "They are no such thing," Milo retorted furiously. "Those planes belong to the syndicate, and everybody has a share. Confiscate? How can you possibly confiscate your own private property? Confiscate, indeed! I've never heard anything so depraved in my whole life." And sure enough, Milo was right, for when they looked, his mechanics had painted out the German swastikas on the wings, tails, and fuselages with double coats of flat white and stenciled in the words M&M Enterprises Fine Fruits and Produce. Right before their eyes, he had transformed his syndicate into an international cartel. Milo's argosies of plenty now filled the air. Planes poured in from Norway, Denmark, France, Germany, Austria, Italy, Yugoslavia, Romania, Bulgaria, Sweden, Finland, Poland, from everywhere in Europe, in fact, but Russia, with whom Milo refused to do business. When everybody who was going to had signed up with M&M Enterprises Fine Fruits and Produce, Milo created a wholly owned subsidiary, M&M Fancy Pastry, and obtained more airplanes and more money from the mess funds for scones and crumpets from the British Isles, prune and cheese Danish from Copenhagen, eclairs, cream puffs, Napoleons, and petit fours from Paris, Reims, and Grenoble, Kugelhopf, pumpernickel, and Pfefferkuchen from Berlin, Linzer and Doboschtorten from Vienna, Strudel from Hungary, and Baklava from Ankara. Each morning Milo sent planes aloft all over Europe and North Africa, hauling long red tow signs advertising the day's specials in large square letters. I-Round, 79 cents. Whiting, 21 cents. He boosted cash income for the syndicate by leasing tow signs to Pet Milk, Gaines Dog Food, and Noxzema. In a spirit of civic enterprise, he regularly allotted a certain amount of free aerial advertising space to General Peckham for the propagation of such messages in the public interest as "Neatness counts," "Haste makes waste," and "The family that prays together stays together." Milo purchased spot radio announcements on Axis Sally's and Lord Haw-Haw's daily propaganda broadcasts from Berlin to keep things moving. Business boomed on every battlefront. Milo's planes were a familiar sight. They had freedom of passage everywhere, and one day Milo contracted with the American military authorities to bomb the German-held highway bridge at Orvieto, and with the German military authorities to defend the highway bridge at Orvieto with anti-aircraft fire against his own attack. His fee for attacking the bridge for America was the total cost of the operation plus 6%, and his fee from Germany for defending the bridge was the same cost plus 6 agreement, augmented by a merit bonus of $1,000 for every American plane he shot down. The consummation of these deals represented an important victory for private enterprise, he pointed out, since the armies of both countries were socialized institutions. Once the contracts were signed, there seemed to be no point in using the resources of the syndicate to bomb and defend the bridge, inasmuch as both governments had ample men and material right there to do so, and were perfectly happy to contribute them, and in the end Milo realized a fantastic profit from both halves of his project for doing nothing more than signing his name twice. The arrangements were fair to both sides. Since Milo did have freedom of passage everywhere, his planes were able to steal over in a sneak attack without alerting the German anti-aircraft gunners, and since Milo knew about the attack, he was able to alert the German anti-aircraft gunners in sufficient time for them to begin firing accurately the moment the planes came into range. It was an ideal arrangement for everyone, but the dead man in Yossarian's tent, who was killed over the target the day he arrived. "I didn't kill him," Milo kept replying passionately to Yossarian's angry protest. "I wasn't even there that day, I tell you. Do you think I was down there on the ground firing an anti-aircraft gun when the planes came over?" "But you organized the whole thing, didn't you?" Yossarian shouted back at him in the velvet darkness, cloaking the path leading past the still vehicles of the motor pool to the open-air movie theater. "And I didn't organize anything," Milo answered indignantly, drawing great agitated sniffs of air in through his hissing, pale, twitching nose. "The Germans have the bridge, and we were going to bomb it, whether I stepped into the picture or not. I just saw a wonderful opportunity to make some profit out of the mission, and I took it. What's so terrible about that?" "What's so terrible about it? Milo, a man in my tent was killed on that mission before he could even unpack his bags. But I didn't kill him. You got $1,000 extra for it." "But I didn't kill him." "I wasn't even there, I tell you. I was in Barcelona buying olive oil and skinless and boneless sardines, and I've got the purchase orders to prove it. And I didn't get the $1,000. That $1,000 went to the syndicate, and everybody got a share, even you." Milo was appealing to Yossarian from the bottom of his soul. "Look, I didn't start this war, Yossarian, no matter what that lousy Wintergreen is saying. I'm just trying to put it on a business-like basis. Is anything wrong with that? You know, $1,000 ain't such a bad price for a medium bomber and a crew. If I can persuade the Germans to pay me $1,000 for every plane they shoot down, why shouldn't I take it?" "Because you're dealing with the enemy, that's why. Can't you understand that we're fighting a war? People are dying. Look around you, for Christ's sake." Milo shook his head with weary forbearance. "And the Germans are not our enemies," he declared. "Oh, I know what you're going to say. Sure, we're at war with them, but the Germans are also members in good standing of the syndicate, and it's my job to protect their rights as shareholders. Maybe they did start the war, and maybe they are killing millions of people, but they pay their bills a lot more promptly than some allies of ours I could name. Don't you understand that I have to respect the sanctity of my contract with Germany? Can't you see it from my point of view?" "No!" Yossarian rebuffed him harshly. Milo was stung, and made no effort to disguise his wounded feelings. It was a muggy, moonlit night filled with gnats, moths, and mosquitoes. Milo lifted his arms suddenly and pointed towards the open-air theater, where the milky, dust-filled beam, bursting horizontally from the projector, slashed a cone-like swath in the blackness, and draped in a fluorescent membrane of light, the audience tilted on the seats there in hypnotic sags, their faces focused upward toward the illuminized movie screen. Milo's eyes were liquid with integrity, and his artless and uncorrupted face was lustrous with a shining mixture of sweat and insect repellent. "Look at them," he exclaimed in a voice choked with emotion. "They're my friends, my countrymen, my comrades in arms. A fellow never had a better bunch of buddies. Do you think I'd do a single thing to harm them if I didn't have to? Haven't I got enough on my mind? Can't you see how upset I am already about all that cotton piling up on those piers in Egypt?" Milo's voice splintered into fragments, and he clutched at Yossarian's shirt front as though drowning. His eyes were throbbing visibly like brown caterpillars. "Yossarian, what am I going to do with so much cotton? It's all your fault for letting me buy it." The cotton was piling up on the piers in Egypt, and nobody wanted any. Milo had never dreamed that the Nile Valley could be so fertile, or that there would be no market at all for the crop he had bought. The mess halls in his syndicate would not help. They rose up in uncompromising rebellion against his proposal to tax them on a per capita basis, in order to enable each man to own his own share of the Egyptian cotton crop. Even his reliable friends the Germans failed him in this crisis. They preferred ersatz. Milo's mess halls would not even help him store the cotton, and his warehousing costs skyrocketed and contributed to the devastating drain upon his cash reserves. The profits from the Orvieto mission were sucked away. He began writing home for the money he had sent back in better days. Soon that was almost gone, and new bales of cotton kept arriving on the wharves at Alexandria every day. Each time he succeeded in dumping some on the world market for a loss, it was snapped up by canny Egyptian brokers in the Levant who sold it back to him at the original price, so that he was really worse off than before. M&M Enterprises verged on collapse. Milo cursed himself hourly for his monumental greed and stupidity in purchasing the entire Egyptian cotton crop, but a contract was a contract and had to be honored. And one night, after a sumptuous evening meal, all Milo's fighters and bombers took off, joined in formation directly overhead, and began dropping bombs on the group. He had landed another contract with the Germans, this time to bomb his own outfit. Milo's planes separated in a well-coordinated attack and bombed the fuel stocks and the ordnance dump, the repair hangars and the B-25 bombers resting on the lollipop-shaped hardstands at the field. His crews spared the landing strip and the mess halls so that they could land safely when their work was done and enjoy a hot snack before retiring. They bombed with their landing lights on, since no one was shooting back. They bombed all 4 squadrons, the officers' club, and the group headquarters building. Men bolted from their tents in sheer terror and did not know in which direction to turn. Wounded soon lay screaming everywhere. A cluster of fragmentation bombs exploded in the yard of the officers' club and punched jagged holes in the side of the wooden building and in the bellies and backs of a row of lieutenants and captains standing at the bar. They doubled over in agony and dropped. The rest of the officers fled towards the 2 exits in panic and jammed up the doorways like a dense, howling dam of human flesh as they shrank from going farther. Colonel Cathcart clawed and elbowed his way through the unruly, bewildered mass until he stood outside by himself. He stared up at the sky in stark astonishment and horror. Milo's planes ballooning serenely in over the blossoming treetops with their bomb bay doors open and wing flaps down and with their monstrous bug-eyed, blinding, fiercely flickering, eerie landing lights on were the most apocalyptic sight he had ever beheld. Colonel Cathcart let go a stricken gasp of dismay and hurled himself headlong into his jeep, almost sobbing. He found the gas pedal in the ignition and sped toward the airfield as fast as the rocking car would carry him, his huge, flabby hands clenched and bloodless on the wheel, or blaring his horn tormentedly. Once he almost killed himself when he swerved with a banshee screech of tires to avoid plowing into a bunch of men running crazily toward the hills in their underwear, with their stunned faces down and their thin arms pressed high around their temples as puny shields. Yellow, orange, and red fires were burning on both sides of the road. Tents and trees were in flames, and Milo's planes kept coming around interminably with their blinking white landing lights on and their bomb bay doors open. Colonel Cathcart almost turned the jeep over when he slammed the brakes on at the control tower. He leaped from the car while it was still skidding dangerously and hurtled up the flight of steps inside, where 3 men were busy at the instruments and the controls. He bowled 2 of them aside in his lunge for the nickel-plated microphone, his eyes glittering wildly and his beefy face contorted with stress. He squeezed the microphone in a bestial grip and began shouting hysterically at the top of his voice. "Milo, you son of a bitch! Are you crazy? What the hell are you doing? Come down! Come down!" "Stop hollering so much, will you?" answered Milo, who was standing there right beside him in the control tower with a microphone of his own. "I'm right here." Milo looked at him with reproof and turned back to his work. "Very good, men, very good," he chanted into his microphone. "But I see one supply shed still standing. That will never do, Purvis. I've spoken to you about that kind of shoddy work before. Now you go right back there this minute and try it again. And this time, come in slowly. Slowly. Haste makes waste, Purvis. Haste makes waste. If I've told you that once, I must have told you that 100 times. Haste makes waste." The loudspeaker overhead began squawking. "Milo, this is Alvin Brown. I finished dropping my bombs. What should I do now?" "Strafe," said Milo. "Strafe?" Alvin Brown was shocked. "We have no choice," Milo informed him resignedly. "It's in the contract." "Oh, okay, then," Alvin Brown acquiesced. "In that case, I'll strafe." This time, Milo had gone too far. Bombing his own men and planes was more than even the most phlegmatic observer could stomach, and it looked like the end for him. High-ranking government officials poured in to investigate. Newspapers inveighed against Milo with glaring headlines, and congressmen denounced the atrocity in stentorian wrath and clamored for punishment. Mothers with children in the service organized into militant groups and demanded revenge. Not one voice was raised in his defense. Decent people everywhere were affronted, and Milo was all washed up until he opened his books to the public and disclosed the tremendous profit he had made. He could reimburse the government for all the people and property he had destroyed, and still have enough money left over to continue buying Egyptian cotton. Everybody, of course, owned a share. And the sweetest part of the whole deal was that there really was no need to reimburse the government at all. In a democracy, the government is the people, Milo explained. We're people, aren't we? So we might just as well keep the money and eliminate the middleman. Frankly, I'd like to see the government get out of war altogether and leave the whole field to private industry. If we pay the government everything we owe it, we'll only be encouraging government control and discouraging other individuals from bombing their own men and planes. We'll be taking away their incentive. Milo was correct, of course, as everyone soon agreed, but a few embittered misfits like Dr. Nika, who sulked cantankerously and muttered offensive insinuations about the morality of the whole venture, until Milo mollified him with a donation, in the name of the syndicate, of a lightweight aluminum collapsible garden chair that Dr. Nika could fold up conveniently and carry outside his tent each time Chief White Half-Oat came inside his tent, and carry back inside his tent each time Chief White Half-Oat came out. Dr. Nika had lost his head during Milo's bombardment. Instead of running for cover, he had remained out in the open and performed his duty, slithering along the ground through shrapnel, strafing, and incendiary bombs like a furtive, wily lizard from casualty to casualty, administering tourniquets, morphine, splints, and sulfanilamide with a dark and doleful visage, never saying one word more than he had to, and reading in each man's bluing wound a dreadful portent of his own decay. He worked himself relentlessly into exhaustion before the long night was over, and came down with a sniffle the next day that sent him hurrying querulously into the medical tent to have his temperature taken by Gus and Wes and to obtain a mustard plaster and vaporizer. Dr. Nika tended each moaning man that night with the same glum and profound and introverted grief he showed at the airfield the day of the Avignon mission, when Yossarian climbed down the few steps of his plane, naked, in a state of utter shock, with Snowden smeared abundantly all over his bare heels and toes, knees, arms, and fingers, and pointed inside wordlessly toward where the young radio gunner lay freezing to death on the floor, beside the still younger tail gunner who kept falling back into a dead faint each time he opened his eyes and saw Snowden dying. Dr. Nika draped a blanket around Yossarian's shoulders almost tenderly, after Snowden had been removed from the plane and carried into an ambulance on a stretcher. He led Yossarian toward his jeep. McWatt helped, and the three drove in silence to the squadron medical tent, where McWatt and Dr. Nika guided Yossarian inside to a chair and washed Snowden off him with cold, wet balls of absorbent cotton. Dr. Nika gave him a pill and a shot that put him to sleep for 12 hours. When Yossarian woke up and went to see him, Dr. Nika gave him another pill and a shot that put him to sleep for another 12 hours. When Yossarian woke up again and went to see him, Dr. Nika made ready to give him another pill and a shot. "How long are you gonna keep giving me those pills and shots?" Yossarian asked him. "Until you feel better." "I feel all right now." Dr. Nika's frail, sun-tanned forehead furrowed with surprise. "Then why don't you put some clothes on? Why are you walking around naked?" "I don't want to wear a uniform anymore." Dr. Nika accepted the explanation and put away his hypodermic syringe. "Are you sure you feel all right?" "I feel fine. I'm just a little logy from all those pills and shots you've been giving me." Yossarian went about his business with no clothes on all the rest of that day, and was still naked late the next morning when Milo, after hunting everywhere else, finally found him sitting up a tree a small distance in back of the quaint little military cemetery at which Snowden was being buried. Milo was dressed in his customary business attire, olive-drab trousers, a fresh olive-drab shirt and tie, with one silver first lieutenant's bar gleaming on the collar, and a regulation dress cap with a stiff leather bill. "I've been looking all over for you," Milo called up to Yossarian from the ground reproachfully. "You should have looked for me in this tree," Yossarian answered. "I've been up here all morning." "Come on down and taste this and tell me if it's good. It's very important." Yossarian shook his head. He sat nude on the lowest limb of the tree and balanced himself with both hands grasping the bough directly above. He refused to budge, and Milo had no choice but to stretch both arms about the trunk in a distasteful hug and start climbing. He struggled upward clumsily with loud grunts and wheezes, and his clothes were squashed and crooked by the time he pulled himself up high enough to hook a leg over the limb and pause for breath. His dress cap was askew and in danger of falling. Milo caught it just in time when it began slipping. Globules of perspiration glistened like transparent pearls around his mustache and swelled like opaque blisters under his eyes. Yossarian watched him impassively. Cautiously, Milo worked himself around in a half-circle so that he could face Yossarian. He unwrapped tissue paper from something soft, round, and brown and handed it to Yossarian. "Please taste this and let me know what you think. I'd like to serve it to the men." "What is it?" asked Yossarian and took a big bite. "Chocolate-covered cotton." Yossarian gagged convulsively and sprayed his big mouthful of chocolate-covered cotton right into Milo's face. "Here, take it back," he spouted angrily. "Jesus Christ, have you gone crazy? You didn't even take the goddamn seeds out." "Give it a chance, will you?" Milo begged. "It can't be that bad. Is it really that bad?" "It's even worse. But I've got to make the mess halls feed it to the men. They'll never be able to swallow it." "They've got to swallow it," Milo ordained with dictatorial grandeur, and almost broke his neck when he let go with one arm to wave a righteous finger in the air. "Come on out here," Yossarian invited him. "You'll be much safer and you can see everything." Gripping the bough above with both hands, Milo began inching his way out on the limb sideways with utmost care and apprehension. His face was rigid with tension, and he sighed with relief when he found himself seated securely beside Yossarian. He stroked the tree affectionately. "This is a pretty good tree," he observed admiringly with proprietary gratitude. "It's the tree of life," Yossarian answered, waggling his toes. "And of knowledge of good and evil, too." Milo squinted closely at the bark and branches. "No, it isn't," he replied. "It's a chestnut tree. I ought to know. I sell chestnuts." "Have it your way." They sat in the tree without talking for several seconds, their legs dangling and their hands almost straight up on the bough above, the one completely nude but for a pair of crepe-soled sandals, the other completely dressed in a coarse olive-drab woolen uniform with his tie knotted tight. Milo studied Yossarian diffidently through the corner of his eye, hesitating tactfully. "I want to ask you something," he said at last. "You don't have any clothes on. I don't want to butt in or anything, but I just want to know. Why aren't you wearing your uniform?" "I don't want to." Milo nodded rapidly, like a sparrow pecking. I see, he stated quickly with a look of vivid confusion. "I understand perfectly. I heard Appleby and Captain Black say you had gone crazy, and I just wanted to find out." He hesitated politely again, weighing his next question. "Aren't you ever going to put your uniform on again?" "I don't think so." Milo nodded with spurious vim to indicate he still understood, and then sat silent, ruminating gravely with troubled misgiving. A scarlet-crested bird shot by below, brushing sure dark wings against a quivering bush. Yossarian and Milo were covered in their bower by tissue-thin tiers of sloping green and largely surrounded by other gray chestnut trees and a silver spruce. The sun was high overhead in a vast sapphire-blue sky, beaded with low, isolated, puffy clouds of dry and immaculate white. There was no breeze, and the leaves about them hung motionless. The shade was feathery. Everything was at peace but Milo, who straightened suddenly with a muffled cry and began pointing excitedly. "Look at that!" he exclaimed in alarm. "Look at that! That's a funeral going on down there. That looks like the cemetery, isn't it?" Yossarian answered him slowly in a level voice. "They're burying that kid who got killed in my plane over Avignon the other day. Snowden." What happened to him? Milo asked in a voice deadened with awe.
He got killed.
That's terrible, Milo grieved, and his large brown eyes filled with tears. That poor kid. It really is terrible. He bit his trembling lip hard, and his voice rose with emotion when he continued. And it will get even worse if the mess halls don't agree to buy my cotton. Yossarian, what's the matter with them? Don't they realize it's their syndicate? Don't they know they've all got a share?
Did the dead man in my tent have a share? Yossarian demanded caustically.
Of course he did, Milo assured him lavishly. Everybody in the squadron has a share.
He was killed before he even got into the squadron.
Milo made a deft grimace of tribulation and turned away. I wish you'd stop picking on me about that dead man in your tent, he pleaded peevishly. I told you I didn't have anything to do with killing him. Is it my fault that I saw this great opportunity to corner the market on Egyptian cotton and got us into all this trouble? Was I supposed to know there was going to be a glut? I didn't even know what a glut was in those days. An opportunity to corner a market doesn't come along very often, and I was pretty shrewd to grab the chance when I had it. Milo gulped back a moan as he saw 6 uniformed pallbearers lift the plain pine coffin from the ambulance and set it gently down on the ground beside the yawning gash of the freshly dug grave. And now I can't get rid of a single penny's worth, he mourned. Yossarian was unmoved by the fustian charade of the burial ceremony and by Milo's crushing bereavement. The chaplain's voice floated up to him through the distance tenuously in an unintelligible, almost inaudible monotone, like a gaseous murmur. Yossarian could make out Major by his towering and lanky aloofness, and thought he recognized Major Danby mopping his brow with a handkerchief. Major Danby had not stopped shaking since his run-in with General Dreedel. There were strands of enlisted men molded in a curve around the 3 officers, as inflexible as lumps of wood, and 4 idle gravediggers in streaked fatigues lounging indifferently on spades near the shocking, incongruous heap of loose copper-red earth. As Yossarian stared, the chaplain elevated his gaze toward Yossarian beatifically, pressed his fingers down over his eyeballs in a manner of affliction, peered upward again toward Yossarian searchingly, and bowed his head, concluding what Yossarian took to be a climactic part of the funeral rite. The 4 men in fatigues lifted the coffin on slings and lowered it into the grave. Milo shuddered violently. I can't watch it, he cried, turning away in anguish. I just can't sit here and watch while those mess halls let my syndicate die. He gnashed his teeth and shook his head with bitter woe and resentment. If they had any loyalty, they would buy my cotton till it hurts so that they can keep right on buying my cotton till it hurts them some more. They would build fires and burn up their underwear and summer uniforms just to create bigger demand. But they won't do a thing. Yossarian, try eating the rest of this chocolate-covered cotton for me. Maybe it will taste delicious now. Yossarian pushed his hand away.
Give up, Milo.
People can't eat cotton. Milo's face narrowed cunningly. It isn't really cotton, he coaxed. I was joking. It's really cotton candy. Delicious cotton candy. Try it and see.
Now you're lying.
I never lie, Milo rejoined with proud dignity.
You're lying now.
I only lie when it's necessary, Milo explained defensively, averting his eyes for a moment and blinking his lashes winningly. This stuff is better than cotton candy. Really, it is. It's made out of real cotton. Yossarian, you've got to help me make the men eat it. Egyptian cotton is the finest cotton in the world.
But it's indigestible, Yossarian emphasized.
It will make them sick, don't you understand? Why don't you try living on it yourself if you don't believe me?
I did try, admitted Milo gloomily,
and it made me sick.
The graveyard was yellow as hay and green as cooked cabbage. In a little while the chaplain stepped back, and the beige crescent of human forms began to break up sluggishly like flotsam. The men drifted without haste or sound to the vehicles parked along the side of the bumpy dirt road.
With their heads down disconsolately, the chaplain, Major Major, and Major Danby moved toward their jeeps in an ostracized group, each holding himself friendlessly several feet away from the other two. "It's all over," observed Yossarian. "It's the end," Milo agreed despondently. "There's no hope left. And all because I left them free to make their own decisions. That should teach me a lesson about discipline the next time I try something like this." "Why don't you sell your cotton to the government?" Yossarian suggested casually, as he watched the four men in streaked fatigues shoveling heaping bladefuls of the copper-red earth back down inside the grave. Milo vetoed the idea brusquely. "It's a matter of principle," he explained firmly. "The government has no business in business, and I would be the last person in the world to ever try to involve the government in a business of mine. But the business of government is business," he remembered alertly and continued with elation. "Calvin Coolidge said that, and Calvin Coolidge was a president, so it must be true. And the government does have the responsibility of buying all the Egyptian cotton I've got that no one else wants so that I can make a profit, doesn't it?" Milo's face clouded almost as abruptly, and his spirits descended into a state of sad anxiety. "But how will I get the government to do it?" "Bribe it," Yossarian said. "Bribe it?" Milo was outraged and almost lost his balance and broke his neck again. "Shame on you!" he scolded severely, breathing virtuous fire down and upward into his rusty mustache through his billowing nostrils and prim lips. "Bribery is against the law, and you know it." "But it's not against the law to make a profit, is it? So it can't be against the law for me to bribe someone in order to make a fair profit, can it?" "No, of course not." He fell to brooding again, with a meek, almost pitiable distress. "But how'll I know who to bribe?" "Oh, don't you worry about that," Yossarian comforted him with a toneless snicker as the engines of the jeeps and ambulance fractured the drowsy silence and the vehicles in the rear began driving away backward. "You make the bribe big enough and they'll find you. Just make sure you do everything right out in the open. Let everyone know exactly what you want and how much you're willing to pay for it. The first time you act guilty or ashamed, you might get into trouble." "I wish you'd come with me," Milo remarked. "I won't feel safe among people who take bribes. They're no better than a bunch of crooks." "You'll be all right," Yossarian assured him with confidence. "If you run into trouble, just tell everybody that the security of the country requires a strong domestic Egyptian cotton speculating industry." "It does," Milo informed him solemnly. "A strong Egyptian cotton speculating industry means a much stronger America." "Of course it does. And if that doesn't work, point out the great number of American families that depend on it for income. A great many American families do depend on it for income." "You see," said Yossarian, "you're much better at it than I am. You almost make it sound true." "It is true," Milo exclaimed with a strong trace of old hauteur. "That's what I mean. You do it with just the right amount of conviction." "You sure you won't come with me?" Yossarian shook his head. Milo was impatient to get started. He stuffed the remainder of the chocolate-covered cotton ball into his shirt pocket and edged his way back gingerly along the branch to the smooth gray trunk. He threw his arms about the trunk in a generous and awkward embrace and began shinnying down, the sides of his leather-soled shoes slipping constantly so that it seemed many times he would fall and injure himself. Halfway down he changed his mind and climbed back up. Bits of tree bark stuck to his mustache, and his straining face was flushed with exertion. "I wish you'd put your uniform on instead of going around naked that way," he confided pensively before he climbed back down again and hurried away. "You might start a trend, and then I'll never get rid of all this gall-darned cotton." Chapter 25. The Chaplain. It was already some time since the chaplain had first begun wondering what everything was all about. Was there a God? How could he be sure? Being an Anabaptist minister in the American Army was difficult enough under the best of circumstances. Without dogma, it was almost intolerable. People with loud voices frightened him. Brave, aggressive men of action like Colonel Cathcart left him feeling helpless and alone. Wherever he went in the army, he was a stranger. Enlisted men and officers did not conduct themselves with him as they conducted themselves with other enlisted men and officers, and even other chaplains were not as friendly toward him as they were toward each other. In a world in which success was the only virtue, He had resigned himself to failure. He was painfully aware that he lacked the ecclesiastical aplomb and savoir-faire that enabled so many of his colleagues in other faiths and sects to get ahead. He was just not equipped to excel. He thought of himself as ugly, and wanted daily to be home with his wife. Actually, the chaplain was almost good-looking, with a pleasant, sensitive face as pale and brittle as sandstone. His mind was open on every subject. Perhaps he really was Washington Irving, and perhaps he really had been signing Washington Irving's name to those letters he knew nothing about. Such lapses of memory were not uncommon in medical annals, he knew. There was no way of really knowing anything. He remembered very distinctly, or was under the impression he remembered very distinctly, his feeling that he had met Yossarian somewhere before the first time he had met Yossarian lying in bed in the hospital. He remembered experiencing the same disquieting sensation almost 2 weeks later when Yossarian appeared at his tent to ask to be taken off combat duty. By that time, of course, the chaplain had met Yossarian somewhere before, in that odd, unorthodox ward in which every patient seemed delinquent, but the unfortunate patient covered from head to toe in white bandages and plaster, who was found dead one day with a thermometer in his mouth. But the chaplain's impression of a prior meeting was of some occasion far more momentous and occult than that, of a significant encounter with Yossarian in some remote, submerged, and perhaps even entirely spiritual epoch in which he had made the identical, foredooming admission that there was nothing, absolutely nothing, he could do to help him. Doubts of such kind gnawed at the chaplain's lean, suffering frame insatiably. Was there a single true faith or a life after death? How many angels could dance on the head of a pin, and with what matters did God occupy himself in all the infinite eons before the creation? Why was it necessary to put a protective seal on the brow of Cain if there were no other people to protect him from? Did Adam and Eve produce daughters? These were the great complex questions of ontology that tormented him, yet they never seemed nearly as crucial to him as the question of kindness and good manners. He was pinched perspiringly in the epistemological dilemma of the skeptic, unable to accept solutions to problems he was unwilling to dismiss as unsolvable. He was never without misery, and never without hope. "Have you ever," he inquired hesitantly of Yossarian that day in his tent, as Yossarian sat holding in both hands the warm bottle of Coca-Cola with which the chaplain had been able to solace him, "been in a situation which you felt you had been in before, even though you knew you were experiencing it for the first time?" Yossarian nodded perfunctorily, and the chaplain's breath quickened in anticipation as he made ready to join his willpower with Yossarian's in a prodigious effort to rip away at last the voluminous black folds shrouding the eternal mysteries of existence. "Do you have that feeling now?" Yossarian shook his head and explained that déjà vu was just a momentary infinitesimal lag in the operation of two coactive sensory nerve centers that commonly function simultaneously. The chaplain scarcely heard him. He was disappointed, but not inclined to believe Yossarian, for he had been given a sign, a secret, enigmatic vision that he still lacked the boldness to divulge. There was no mistaking the awesome implications of the chaplain's revelation. It was either an insight of divine origin or a hallucination. He was either blessed or losing his mind. Both prospects filled him with equal fear and depression. It was neither déjà vu, presque vu, nor jamais vu. It was possible that there were other vus of which he had never heard, and that one of these other vus would explain succinctly the baffling phenomenon of which he had been both a witness and a part. It was even possible that none of what he thought had taken place, really had taken place, that he was dealing with an aberration of memory rather than of perception, that he never really had thought he had seen, that his impression now that he once had thought so was merely the illusion of an illusion, and that he was only now imagining that he had ever once imagined seeing a naked man sitting in a tree at the cemetery. It was obvious to the chaplain now that he was not particularly well suited to his work, and he often speculated whether he might not be happier serving in some other branch of the service, as a private in the infantry or field artillery, perhaps, or even as a paratrooper. He had no real friends. Before meeting Yossarian, there was no one in the group with whom he felt at ease, and he was hardly at ease with Yossarian, whose frequent rash and insubordinate outbursts kept him almost constantly on edge and in an ambiguous state of enjoyable trepidation. The chaplain felt safe when he was at the officers' club with Yossarian and Dunbar, and even with just Nately and McWatt. When he sat with them, he had no need to sit with anyone else. His problem of where to sit was solved, and he was protected against the undesired company of all those fellow officers who invariably welcomed him with excessive cordiality when he approached, and waited uncomfortably for him to go away. He made so many people uneasy. Everyone was always very friendly toward him, and no one was ever very nice. Everyone spoke to him, and no one ever said anything. Yossarian and Dunbar were much more relaxed, and the chaplain was hardly uncomfortable with them at all. They even defended him the night Colonel Cathcart tried to throw him out of the officers' club again, Yossarian rising truculently to intervene, and Nately shouting out, "Yossarian!" to restrain him. Colonel Cathcart turned white as a sheet at the sound of Yossarian's name, and to everyone's amazement retreated in horrified disorder until he bumped into General Dreedle, who elbowed him away with annoyance and ordered him right back to order the chaplain to start coming to the officers' club every night again. The chaplain had almost as much trouble keeping track of his status at the officers' club as he had remembering at which of the 10 mess halls in the group he was scheduled to eat his next meal. He would just as soon have remained kicked out of the officers' club had it not been for the pleasure he was now finding there with his new companions. If the chaplain did not go to the officers' club at night, there was no place else he could go. He would pass the time at Yossarian's and Dunbar's table with a shy, reticent smile, seldom speaking unless addressed, a glass of thick, sweet wine almost untasted before him, as he toyed unfamiliarly with the tiny corncob pipe that he affected self-consciously and occasionally stuffed with tobacco and smoked. He enjoyed listening to Nately, whose maudlin, bittersweet lamentations mirrored much of his own romantic desolation, and never failed to evoke in him resurgent tides of longing for his wife and children. The chaplain would encourage Nately with nods of comprehension or assent, amused by his candor and immaturity. Nately did not glory too immodestly that his girl was a prostitute, and the chaplain's awareness stemmed mainly from Captain Black, who never slouched past their table without a broad wink at the chaplain and some tasteless, wounding jibe about her to Nately. The chaplain did not approve of Captain Black, and found it difficult not to wish him evil. No one, not even Nately, seemed really to appreciate that he, Chaplain Robert Oliver Shipman, was not just a chaplain, but a human being. That he could have a charming, passionate, pretty wife whom he loved almost insanely, and 3 small, blue-eyed children with strange, forgotten faces, who would grow up some day to regard him as a freak, and who might never forgive him for all the social embarrassment his vocation would cause them. Why couldn't anybody understand that he was not really a freak, but a normal, lonely adult trying to lead a normal, lonely adult life? If they pricked him, didn't he bleed? And if he was tickled, didn't he laugh? It seemed never to have occurred to them that he, just as they, had eyes, hands, organs, dimensions, senses, and affections, that he was wounded by the same kind of weapons they were, warmed and cooled by the same breezes, and fed by the same kind of food, although he was forced to concede, in a different mess hall for each successive meal. The only person who did seem to realize he had feelings was Corporal Whitcomb, who had just managed to bruise them all by going over his head to Colonel Cathcart with his proposal for sending form letters of condolence home to the families of men killed or wounded in combat. The chaplain's wife was the one thing in the world he could be certain of, and it would have been sufficient if only he had been left to live his life out with just her and the children. The chaplain's wife was a reserved, diminutive, agreeable woman in her early 30s, very dark and very attractive, with a narrow waist, calm, intelligent eyes, and small, bright, pointy teeth in a childlike face that was vivacious and petite. He kept forgetting what his children looked like, and each time he returned to their snapshots it was like seeing their faces for the first time. The chaplain loved his wife and children with such tameless intensity that he often wanted to sink to the ground helplessly and weep like a castaway cripple. He was tormented inexorably by morbid fantasies involving them, by dire, hideous omens of illness and accident. His meditations were polluted with threats of dread diseases like Ewing's tumor and leukemia. He saw his infant son die 2 or 3 times every week because he had never taught his wife how to stop arterial bleeding, watched in tearful, paralyzed silence his whole family electrocuted, one after the other at a baseboard socket because he had never told her that a human body would conduct electricity. All 4 went up in flames almost every night when the water heater exploded and set the 2-story wooden house afire. In ghastly, heartless, revolting detail, he saw his poor dear wife's trim and fragile body crushed to a viscous pulp against the brick wall of a market building by a half-witted drunken automobile driver, and watched his hysterical 5-year-old daughter being led away from the grisly scene by a kindly middle-aged gentleman with snow-white hair, who raped and murdered her repeatedly as soon as he had driven her off to a deserted sandpit, while his 2 younger children starved to death slowly in the house after his wife's mother, who had been babysitting, dropped dead from a heart attack when news of his wife's accident was given to her over the telephone. The chaplain's wife was a sweet, soothing, considerate woman, and he yearned to touch the warm flesh of her slender arm again and stroke her smooth black hair, to hear her intimate, comforting voice. She was a much stronger person than he was. He wrote brief, untroubled letters to her once a week, sometimes twice. He wanted to write urgent love letters to her all day long and crowd the endless pages with desperate, uninhibited confessions of his humble worship and need, and with careful instructions for administering artificial respiration. He wanted to pour out to her in torrents of self-pity all his unbearable loneliness and despair, and warn her never to leave the boric acid or the aspirin in reach of the children, or to cross a street against the traffic light. He did not wish to worry her. The chaplain's wife was intuitive, gentle, compassionate, and responsive. Almost inevitably, his reveries of reunion with her ended in explicit acts of love-making. The chaplain felt most deceitful presiding at funerals, and it would not have astonished him to learn that the apparition in the tree that day was a manifestation of the Almighty's censure for the blasphemy and pride inherent in his function. To simulate gravity, feign grief, and pretend supernatural intelligence of the hereafter in so fearsome and arcane a circumstance as death seemed the most criminal of offenses. He recalled, or was almost convinced he recalled, the scene at the cemetery perfectly. He could still see Major and Major Danby standing somber as broken stone pillars on either side of him, see almost the exact number of enlisted men, and almost the exact places in which they had stood. See the 4 unmoving men with spades, the repulsive coffin, and the large, loose, triumphant mound of reddish-brown earth, and the massive, still, depthless, muffling sky, so weirdly blank and blue that day it was almost poisonous. He would remember them forever, for they were all part and parcel of the most extraordinary event that had ever befallen him, an event perhaps marvelous, perhaps pathological, the vision of the naked man in the tree. How could he explain it? It was not already seen, or never seen, and certainly not almost seen. Neither déjà vu, jamais vu, nor presque vu was elastic enough to cover it. Was it a ghost, then? The dead man's soul? An angel from heaven, or a minion from hell? Or was the whole fantastic episode merely the figment of a diseased imagination, his own, of a deteriorating mind, a rotting brain? The possibility that there really had been a naked man in the tree, 2 men actually, since the first had been joined shortly by a second man clad in a brown mustache and sinister dark garments from head to toe, who bent forward ritualistically along the limb of the tree to offer the first man something to drink from a brown goblet, never crossed the chaplain's mind. The chaplain was sincerely a very helpful person, who was never able to help anyone, not even Yossarian, when he finally decided to seize the bull by the horns and visit Major secretly to learn if, as Yossarian had said, the men in Colonel Cathcart's group really were being forced to fly more combat missions than anyone else. It was a daring, impulsive move on which the chaplain decided, after quarreling with Corporal Whitcomb again and washing down with tepid canteen water his joyless lunch of Milky Way and Baby Ruth. He went to Major on foot so that Corporal Whitcomb would not see him leaving, stealing into the forest noiselessly until the 2 tents in his clearing were left behind, then dropping down inside the abandoned railroad ditch where the footing was surer. He hurried along the fossilized wooden ties with accumulating mutinous anger. He had been browbeaten and humiliated successively that morning by Colonel Cathcart, Colonel Corn, and Corporal Whitcomb. He just had to make himself felt in some respect. His slight chest was soon puffing for breath. He moved as swiftly as he could without breaking into a run, fearing his resolution might dissolve if he slowed. Soon he saw a uniformed figure coming toward him between the rusted rails. He clambered immediately up the side of the ditch, ducked inside a dense copse of low trees for concealment, and sped along in his original direction, a narrow, overgreen, mossy path he found winding deep inside the shaded forest. It was tougher going there, but he plunged ahead with the same reckless and consuming determination, slipping and stumbling often and stinging his unprotected hands on the stubborn branches blocking his way, until the bushes and tall ferns on both sides spread open, and he lurched past an olive-drab military trailer on cinder blocks clearly visible through the thinning underbrush. He continued past a tent with a luminous pear-gray cat sunning itself outside, and past another trailer on cinder blocks, and then burst into the clearing of Yossarian's squadron. A salty dew had formed on his lips. He did not pause, but strode directly across the clearing into the orderly room, where he was welcomed by a gaunt, stoop-shouldered staff sergeant with prominent cheekbones and long, very light blonde hair, who informed him graciously that he could go right in, since Major was out. The chaplain thanked him with a curt nod, and proceeded alone down the aisle between the desks and typewriters to the canvas partition in the rear. He bobbed through the triangular opening and found himself inside an empty office. The flap fell closed behind him. He was breathing hard and sweating profusely. The office remained empty. He thought he heard furtive whispering. 10 minutes passed. He looked about in stern displeasure, his jaws clamped together indomitably, and then turned suddenly to water as he remembered the staff sergeant's exact words. He could go right in since Major was out. The enlisted men were playing a practical joke. The chaplain shrank back from the wall in terror, bitter tears springing to his eyes. A pleading whimper escaped his trembling lips. Major was elsewhere, and the enlisted men in the other room had made him the butt of an inhuman prank. He could almost see them waiting on the other side of the canvas wall, bunched up expectantly like a pack of greedy, gloating, omnivorous beasts of prey, ready with their barbaric mirth and jeers to pounce on him brutally the moment he reappeared. He cursed himself for his gullibility, and wished in panic for something like a mask or a pair of dark glasses and a false mustache to disguise him, or for a forceful, deep voice like Colonel Cathcart's, and broad muscular shoulders and biceps to enable him to step outside fearlessly and vanquish his malevolent persecutors with an overbearing authority and self-confidence that would make them all quail and slink away cravenly in repentance. He lacked the courage to face them. The only other way out was the window. The coast was clear, and the chaplain jumped out of Major's office through the window, darted swiftly around the corner of the tent, and leaped down inside the railroad ditch to hide. He scooted away with his body doubled over and his face contorted intentionally into a nonchalant, sociable smile in case anyone chanced to see him. He abandoned the ditch for the forest the moment he saw someone coming toward him from the opposite direction, and ran through the cluttered forest frenziedly like someone pursued, his cheeks burning with disgrace. He heard loud, wild peals of derisive laughter crashing all about him, and caught blurred glimpses of wicked, beery faces smirking far back inside the bushes and high overhead in the foliage of the trees. Spasms of scorching pain stabbed through his lungs and slowed him to a crippled walk. He lunged and staggered onward until he could go no farther, and collapsed all at once against a gnarled apple tree, banging his head hard against the trunk as he toppled forward, and holding on with both arms to keep from falling. His breathing was a rasping, moaning din in his ears. Minutes passed like hours before he finally recognized himself as the source of the turbulent roar that was overwhelming him. The pains in his chest abated. Soon he felt strong enough to stand. He cocked his ears craftily. The forest was quiet. There was no demonic laughter. No one was chasing him. He was too tired and sad and dirty to feel relieved. He straightened his disheveled clothing with fingers that were numb and shaking, and walked the rest of the way to the clearing with rigid self-control. The chaplain brooded often about the danger of heart attack. Corporal Whitcomb's jeep was still parked in the clearing. The chaplain tiptoed stealthily around the back of Corporal Whitcomb's tent rather than past the entrance and risk being seen and insulted by him. Heaving a grateful sigh, he slipped quickly inside his own tent and found Corporal Whitcomb ensconced on his cot, his knees propped up. Corporal Whitcomb's mud-caked shoes were on the chaplain's blanket, and he was eating one of the chaplain's candy bars as he thumbed with sneering expression through one of the chaplain's Bibles. "Where have you been?" he demanded rudely and disinterestedly without looking up. The chaplain colored and turned away evasively. "I went for a walk through the woods." "All right," Corporal Whitcomb snapped. "Don't take me into your confidence, but just wait and see what happens to my morale." He bit into the chaplain's candy bar hungrily and continued with a full mouth. "You had a visitor while you were gone. Major. The chaplain spun around with surprise and cried, Major? Major was here? That's who we're talking about, isn't it? Where did he go?" "He jumped down into that railroad ditch and took off like a frightened rabbit," Corporal Whitcomb snickered. "What a jerk." "Did he say what he wanted?" "He said he needed your help in a matter of great importance." The chaplain was astounded. Major said that? "He didn't say that," Corporal Whitcomb corrected with withering precision. "He wrote it down in a sealed personal letter he left on your desk." The chaplain glanced at the bridge table that served as his desk and saw only the abominable orange-red pear-shaped plum tomato he had obtained that same morning from Colonel Cathcart, still lying on its side where he had forgotten it, like an indestructible and incarnadine symbol of his own ineptitude. Where is the letter?" "I threw it away as soon as I tore it open and read it." Corporal Whitcomb slammed the Bible shut and jumped up. "What's the matter? Won't you take my word for it?" He walked out. He walked right back in and almost collided with the chaplain, who was rushing out behind him on his way back to Major. "You don't know how to delegate responsibility," Corporal Whitcomb informed him sullenly. "That's another of the things that's wrong with you." The chaplain nodded penitently and hurried past, unable to make himself take the time to apologize. He could feel the skillful hand of fate motivating him imperatively. Twice that day already, he realized now, Major had come racing toward him inside the ditch, and twice that day the chaplain had stupidly postponed the destined meeting by bolting into the forest. He seethed with self-recrimination as he hastened back as rapidly as he could stride along the splintered, irregularly spaced railroad ties. Bits of grit and gravel inside his shoes and socks were grinding the tops of his toes raw. His pale, laboring face was screwed up unconsciously into a grimace of acute discomfort. The early August afternoon was growing hotter and more humid. It was almost a mile from his tent to Yossarian Squadron. The chaplain's summer-tanned shirt was soaking with perspiration by the time he arrived there and rushed breathlessly back inside the orderly room tent, where he was halted peremptorily by the same treacherous, soft-spoken staff sergeant with round eyeglasses and gaunt cheeks, who requested him to remain outside because Major was inside and told him he would not be allowed inside until Major went out. The chaplain looked at him in an uncomprehending daze. Why did the sergeant hate him, he wondered? His lips were white and trembling. He was aching with thirst. What was the matter with people? Wasn't there tragedy enough? The sergeant put his hand out and held the chaplain steady. "I'm sorry, sir," he said regretfully, in a low, courteous, melancholy voice, "but those are Major's orders. He never wants to see anyone." "He wants to see me," the chaplain pleaded. He came to my tent to see me while I was here before." Major did that?" the sergeant asked. Yes, he did. Please, go in and ask him." "Oh, I'm afraid I can't go in, sir. He never wants to see me either. Perhaps if you left a note." "I don't want to leave a note. Doesn't he ever make an exception?" "Only in extreme circumstances. The last time he left his tent was to attend the funeral of one of the enlisted men. The last time he saw anyone in his office was the time he was forced to. A bombardier named Yossarian forced... Yossarian? The chaplain lit up with excitement at this new coincidence. Was this another miracle in the making? But that's exactly whom I want to speak to him about. Did they talk about the number of missions Yossarian has to fly? Yes, sir, that's exactly what they did talk about. Captain Yossarian had flown 51 missions, and he appealed to Major to ground him so that he wouldn't have to fly 4 more. Colonel Cathcart wanted only 55 missions then. And what did Major say? Major told him there was nothing he could do. The chaplain's face fell. Major said that? Yes, sir. In fact, he advised Yossarian to go see you for help. Are you certain you wouldn't like to leave a note, sir? I have a pencil and paper right here. The chaplain shook his head, chewing his clotted, dry lower lip forlornly, and walked out. It was still so early in the day, and so much had already happened. The air was cooler in the forest. His throat was parched and sore. He walked slowly, and asked himself ruefully what new misfortune could possibly befall him, a moment before the mad hermit in the woods leaped out at him without warning from behind a mulberry bush. The chaplain screamed at the top of his voice. The tall, cadaverous stranger fell back in fright at the chaplain's cry and shrieked, "Don't hurt me!" "Who are you?" the chaplain shouted. "Please, don't hurt me!" the man shouted back. "I'm the chaplain." "Then why do you want to hurt me?" I don't want to hurt you," the chaplain insisted with a rising hint of exasperation, even though he was still rooted to the spot. "Just tell me who you are and what you want from me." "I just want to find out if Chief White Half-Oat died of pneumonia yet," the man shouted back. "That's all I want. I live here. My name is Flume. I belong to the squadron, but I live here in the woods. You can ask anyone." The chaplain's composure began trickling back as he studied the queer, cringing figure intently. A pair of captain's bars, ulcerated with rust, hung on the man's ragged shirt collar. He had a hairy, tar-black mole on the underside of one nostril, and a heavy, rough mustache the color of poplar bark. "Why do you live in the woods if you belong to the squadron?" the chaplain inquired curiously. "I have to live in the woods," the captain replied crabbily, as though the chaplain ought to know. He straightened slowly, still watching the chaplain guardedly, although he towered above him by more than a full head. "Don't you hear everybody talking about me? Chief White Half-Oat swore he was going to cut my throat some night when I was fast asleep, and I don't dare lie down in the squadron while he's still alive." The chaplain listened to the implausible explanation distrustfully. "But that's incredible," he replied. "That would be premeditated murder. Why didn't you report the incident to Major?" "I did report the incident to Major," said the captain sadly. "And Major said he would cut my throat if I ever spoke to him again." The man studied the chaplain fearfully. "Are you going to cut my throat too?" "Oh, no, no," the chaplain assured him. "Of course not. Do you really live in the forest?" The captain nodded, and the chaplain gazed at his porous gray pallor of fatigue and malnutrition with a mixture of pity and esteem. The man's body was a bony shell inside rumpled clothing that hung on him like a disorderly collection of sacks. Wisps of dried grass were glued all over him. He needed a haircut badly. There were great dark circles under his eyes. The chaplain was moved almost to tears by the harassed, bedraggled picture the captain presented, and he filled with deference and compassion at the thought of the many severe rigors the poor man had to endure daily. In a voice hushed with humility, he said, "Who does your laundry?" The captain pursed his lips in a businesslike manner. "I have it done by a washerwoman in one of the farmhouses down the road. I keep my things in my trailer and sneak inside once or twice a day for a clean handkerchief or a change of underwear." "What will you do when winter comes?" "Oh, I expect to be back in the squadron by then," the captain answered with a kind of martyred confidence. "Chief White Half-Oat kept promising everyone that he was going to die of pneumonia, and I guess I'll have to be patient until the weather turns a little colder and damper." He scrutinized the chaplain perplexedly. "Don't you know all this? Don't you hear all the fellows talking about me?" I don't think I've ever heard anyone mention you." "Well, I certainly can't understand that." The captain was piqued, but managed to carry on with a pretense of optimism. "Well, here it is, almost September already, so I guess it won't be too long now. The next time any of the boys ask about me, why, just tell them I'll be back grinding out those old publicity releases again as soon as Chief White Half-Oat dies of pneumonia. Will you tell them that? Say I'll be back in the squadron as soon as winter comes and Chief Half-Oat dies of pneumonia. Okay?" The chaplain memorized the prophetic words solemnly, entranced further by their esoteric import. Do you live on berries, herbs, and roots?" he asked. "No, of course not," the captain replied with surprise. "I sneak into the mess hall through the back and eat in the kitchen. Milo gives me sandwiches and milk." "What do you do when it rains?" The captain answered frankly. "I get wet." "Where do you sleep?" Swiftly the captain ducked down into a crouch and began backing away. "You too?" he cried frantically. Oh, no!" cried the chaplain. "I swear to you." "You do want to cut my throat?" the captain insisted. "I give my word," the chaplain pleaded. But it was too late, for the homely hirsute spectre had already vanished, dissolving so expertly inside the blooming, dappled, fragmented malformations of leaves, light and shadows, that the chaplain was already doubting that he had even been there. So many monstrous events were occurring that he was no longer positive which events were monstrous and which were really taking place. He wanted to find out about the madman in the woods as quickly as possible, to check if there ever really had been a Captain Flume. But his first chore, he recalled with reluctance, was to appease Corporal Whitcomb for neglecting to delegate enough responsibility to him. He plodded along the zigzagging path through the forest listlessly, clogged with thirst and feeling almost too exhausted to go on. He was remorseful when he thought of Corporal Whitcomb. He prayed that Corporal Whitcomb would be gone when he reached the clearing so that he could undress without embarrassment, wash his arms and chest and shoulders thoroughly, drink water, lie down refreshed, and perhaps even sleep for a few minutes. But he was in for still another disappointment and still another shock, for Corporal Whitcomb was Sergeant Whitcomb by the time he arrived, and was sitting with his shirt off in the chaplain's chair, sewing his new sergeant's stripes on his sleeve, with the chaplain's needle and thread. Corporal Whitcomb had been promoted by Colonel Cathcart, who wanted to see the chaplain at once about the letters. "Oh, no," groaned the chaplain, sinking down dumbfounded on his cot. His warm canteen was empty, and he was too distraught to remember the Lister bag hanging outside in the shade between the two tents. "I can't believe it. I just can't believe that anyone would seriously believe that I've been forging Washington Irving's name." "Not those letters," Corporal Whitcomb corrected, plainly enjoying the chaplain's chagrin. "He wants to see you about the letters home to the families of casualties." "Those letters?" asked the chaplain with surprise. "That's right," Corporal Whitcomb gloated. "He's really going to chew you out for refusing to let me send them. You should have seen him go for the idea once I reminded him the letters could carry his signature. That's why he promoted me. He's absolutely sure they'll get him into the Saturday Evening Post." The chaplain's befuddlement increased. "But how did he know we were even considering the idea?" "I went to his office and told him." "You did what?" the chaplain demanded shrilly, and charged to his feet in an unfamiliar rage. Do you mean to say that you actually went over my head to the colonel without asking my permission?" Corporal Whitcomb grinned brazenly with scornful satisfaction. "That's right, Chaplain," he answered. "And you better not try to do anything about it if you know what's good for you." He laughed quietly in malicious defiance. "Colonel Cathcart isn't going to like it if he finds out you're getting even with me for bringing him my idea. You know something, Chaplain?" Corporal Whitcomb continued, biting the chaplain's black thread apart contemptuously with a loud snap and buttoning on his shirt. "That dumb bastard really thinks it's one of the greatest ideas he's ever heard."
It might even get me into the Saturday Evening Post, Colonel Cathcart boasted in his office with a smile, swaggering back and forth convivially as he reproached the chaplain. "And you didn't have brains enough to appreciate it. You've got a good man in Corporal Whitcomb, Chaplain. I hope you have brains enough to appreciate that."
"Sergeant Whitcomb," the chaplain corrected before he could control himself. Colonel Cathcart glared.
"I said Sergeant Whitcomb," he replied. "I wish you'd try listening once in a while instead of always finding fault. You don't want to be a captain all your life, do you?"
"Sir?"
"Well, I certainly don't see how you're ever going to amount to anything else if you keep on this way. Corporal Whitcomb feels that you fellows haven't had a fresh idea in 1944 years, and I'm inclined to agree with him. A bright boy, that Corporal Whitcomb. Well, it's all going to change."
Colonel Cathcart sat down at his desk with a determined air and cleared a large, neat space in his blotter. When he had finished, he tapped his finger inside it.
"Starting tomorrow," he said, "I want you and Corporal Whitcomb to write a letter of condolence for me to the next of kin of every man in the group who's killed, wounded, or taken prisoner. I want those letters to be sincere letters. I want them filled up with lots of personal details, so there'll be no doubt I mean every word you say. Is that clear?"
The chaplain stepped forward impulsively to remonstrate. But, sir, that's impossible," he blurted out. "We don't even know all the men that well."
"Well, what difference does that make?" Colonel Cathcart demanded, and then smiled amicably. "Corporal Whitcomb brought me this basic form letter that takes care of just about every situation. Listen. Dear Mrs., Mr., Miss, or Mr. and Mrs., words cannot express the deep personal grief I experienced when your husband, son, father, or brother was killed, wounded, or reported missing in action." And so on. I think that opening sentence sums up my sentiments exactly. Listen, maybe you'd better let Corporal Whitcomb take charge of the whole thing if you don't feel up to it.
Colonel Cathcart whipped out his cigarette holder and flexed it between both hands like an onyx and ivory riding crop.
"That's one of the things that's wrong with you, Chaplain. Corporal Whitcomb tells me you don't know how to delegate responsibility. He says you've got no initiative either. You're not going to disagree with me, are you?"
"No, sir." The chaplain shook his head, feeling despicably remiss because he did not know how to delegate responsibility and had no initiative, and because he really had been tempted to disagree with the colonel. His mind was a shambles. They were shooting skeet outside, and every time a gun was fired his senses were jarred. He could not adjust to the sound of the shots. He was surrounded by bushels of plum tomatoes and was almost convinced that he had stood in Colonel Cathcart's office on some similar occasion deep in the past and had been surrounded by those same bushels of those same plum tomatoes. Déjà vu again. The setting seemed so familiar, yet it also seemed so distant. His clothes felt grimy and old, and he was deathly afraid he smelled.
"You take things too seriously, Chaplain," Colonel Cathcart told him bluntly with an air of adult objectivity. "That's another one of the things that's wrong with you. That long face of yours gets everybody depressed. Let me see you laugh once in a while. Come on, Chaplain. You give me a belly laugh now, and I'll give you a whole bushel of plum tomatoes."
He waited a second or two, watching, and then chortled victoriously.
"You see, Chaplain, I'm right. You can't give me a belly laugh, can you?"
"No, sir," admitted the chaplain meekly, swallowing slowly with a visible effort. "Not right now. I'm very thirsty."
"Then get yourself a drink. Colonel Corn keeps some bourbon in his desk. You ought to try dropping around the officers' club with us some evening. Just have yourself a little fun. Try getting lit once in a while. I hope you don't feel you're better than the rest of us just because you're a professional man."
"Oh, no, sir," the chaplain assured him with embarrassment. "As a matter of fact, I have been going to the officers' club the past few evenings."
"You're only a captain, you know," Colonel Cathcart continued, paying no attention to the chaplain's remark. "You may be a professional man, but you're still only a captain."
"Yes, sir, I know."
"Well, that's fine, then. It's just as well you didn't laugh before. I wouldn't have given you the plum tomatoes anyway. Corporal Whitcomb tells me you took a plum tomato when you were in here this morning."
"This morning? But, sir, you gave it to me." Colonel Cathcart cocked his head with suspicion. "I didn't say I didn't give it to you, did I? I merely said you took it. I don't see why you've got such a guilty conscience if you really didn't steal it. Did I give it to you?" "Yes, sir, I swear you did." "Oh, then I'll just have to take your word for it. Although I can't imagine why I'd want to give you a plum tomato." Colonel Cathcart transferred a round glass paperweight competently from the right edge of his desk to the left edge and picked up a sharpened pencil. "Okay, Chaplain, I've got a lot of important work to do now if you're through. You let me know when Corporal Whitcomb has sent out about a dozen of those letters, and we'll get in touch with the editors of the Saturday Evening Post." A sudden inspiration made his face brighten. "Say, I think I'll volunteer the group for Avignon again. That should speed things up." "For Avignon?" The chaplain's heart missed a beat, and all his flesh began to prickle and creep. "That's right," the colonel explained exuberantly. "The sooner we get some casualties, the sooner we can make some progress on this. I'd like to get in the Christmas issue if we can. I imagine the circulation is higher then." And to the chaplain's horror, the colonel lifted the phone to volunteer the group for Avignon, and tried to kick him out of the officers' club again that very same night, a moment before Yossarian rose up drunkenly, knocking over his chair, to start an avenging punch that made Nately call out his name, and made Colonel Cathcart blanch and retreat prudently smack into General Dreedle, who shoved him off his bruised foot disgustedly, and ordered him forward to kick the chaplain right back into the officers' club. It was all very upsetting to Colonel Cathcart. First, the dreaded name, Yossarian, tolling out again clearly like a warning of doom, and then General Dreedle's bruised foot. And that was another fault Colonel Cathcart found in the chaplain, the fact that it was impossible to predict how General Dreedle would react each time he saw him. Colonel Cathcart would never forget the first evening General Dreedle took notice of the chaplain in the officers' club, lifting his ruddy, sweltering, intoxicated face to stare ponderously through the yellow pall of cigarette smoke at the chaplain lurking near the wall by himself. "Well, I'll be damned," General Dreedle had exclaimed hoarsely, his shaggy, gray, menacing eyebrows beetling in recognition. "Is that a chaplain I see over there? That's really a fine thing when a man of God begins hanging around a place like this with a bunch of dirty drunks and gamblers." Colonel Cathcart compressed his lips primly and started to rise. "I couldn't agree with you more, sir," he assented briskly in a tone of ostentatious disapproval. "I just don't know what's happening to the clergy these days." "They're getting better, that's what's happening to them," General Dreedle growled emphatically. Colonel Cathcart gulped awkwardly and made a nimble recovery. "Yes, sir, they are getting better. That's exactly what I had in mind, sir." "This is just the place for a chaplain to be, mingling with the men while they're out drinking and gambling so we can get to understand them and win their confidence. How the hell else is he ever going to get them to believe in God?" "That's exactly what I had in mind, sir, when I ordered him to come here," Colonel Cathcart said carefully, and threw his arm familiarly around the chaplain's shoulders as he walked him off into a corner to order him in a cold undertone to start reporting for duty at the officers' club every evening, to mingle with the men while they were drinking and gambling so that he could get to understand them and win their confidence. The chaplain agreed and did report for duty to the officers' club every night to mingle with men who wanted to avoid him, until the evening the vicious fist-fight broke out at the ping-pong table, and Chief White Half-Oat whirled without provocation and punched Colonel Moodus squarely in the nose, knocking Colonel Moodus down on the seat of his pants and making General Dreedle roar with lusty, unexpected laughter until he spied the chaplain standing close by, gawking at him grotesquely in tortured wonder. General Dreedle froze at the sight of him. He glowered at the chaplain with swollen fury for a moment, his good humor gone, and turned back toward the bar disgruntledly, rolling from side to side like a sailor on his short, bandy legs. Colonel Cathcart cantered fearfully along behind, glancing anxiously about in vain for some sign of help from Colonel Corn. "That's a fine thing," General Dreedle growled at the bar, gripping his empty shot-glass in his burly hand. "That's really a fine thing. When a man of God begins hanging around a place like this with a bunch of dirty drunks and gamblers." Colonel Cathcart sighed with relief. "Yes, sir," he exclaimed proudly. "It certainly is a fine thing."
"Then why the hell don't you do something about it?"
"Sir?" Colonel Cathcart inquired, blinking.
"Do you think it does you credit to have your chaplain hanging around here every night? He's in here every goddamn time I come."
"You're right, sir, absolutely right," Colonel Cathcart responded. "It does me no credit at all, and I am going to do something about it this very minute."
"Aren't you the one who ordered him to come here?"
"No, sir, that was Colonel Corn. I intend to punish him severely, too."
"If he wasn't a chaplain," General Dreedle muttered, "I'd have him taken outside and shot."
"He's not a chaplain, sir," Colonel Cathcart advised helpfully.
"Isn't he? Then why the hell does he wear that cross on his collar if he's not a chaplain?"
"Oh, he doesn't wear a cross on his collar, sir. He wears a silver leaf. He's a lieutenant colonel."
"You got a chaplain who's a lieutenant colonel?"
inquired General Dreedle with amazement. "Oh, no, sir. My chaplain is only a captain."
"Then why the hell does he wear a silver leaf on his collar if he's only a captain?"
"He doesn't wear a silver leaf on his collar, sir. He wears a cross."
"Go away from me now, you son of a bitch," said General Dreedle, "or I'll have you taken outside and shot."
"Yes, sir." Colonel Cathcart went away from General Dreedle with a gulp and kicked the chaplain out of the officers' club. And it was exactly the way it almost was 2 months later, after the chaplain had tried to persuade Colonel Cathcart to rescind his order increasing the number of missions to 60, and had failed abysmally in that endeavor, too. And the chaplain was ready now to capitulate to despair entirely, but was restrained by the memory of his wife, whom he loved and missed so pathetically with such sensual and exalted ardor, and by the lifelong trust he had placed in the wisdom and justice of an immortal, omnipotent, omniscient, humane, universal, anthropomorphic, English-speaking, Anglo-Saxon, pro-American God, which had begun to waver. So many things were testing his faith. There was the Bible, of course, but the Bible was a book, and so were Bleak House, Treasure Island, Ethan Frome, and the Last of the Mohicans. Did it then seem probable, as he had once overheard Dunbar ask, that the answers to the riddles of creation would be supplied by people too ignorant to understand the mechanics of rainfall? Had Almighty God, in all his infinite wisdom, really been afraid that men 6,000 years ago would succeed in building a tower to heaven? Where the devil was heaven? Was it up? Down? There was no up or down in a finite but expanding universe in which even the vast, burning, dazzling, majestic sun was in a state of progressive decay that would eventually destroy the earth, too. There were no miracles. Prayers went unanswered, and misfortune tramped with equal brutality on the virtuous and the corrupt. And the chaplain, who had conscience and character, would have yielded to reason and relinquished his belief in the God of his fathers, would truly have resigned both his calling and his commission and taken his chances as a private in the infantry or field artillery, or even perhaps as a corporal in the paratroopers, had it not been for such successive mystic phenomena as the naked man in the tree at that poor sergeant's funeral weeks before, and the cryptic, haunting, encouraging promise of the prophet Flume in the forest only that afternoon. "Tell them I'll be back when winter comes." Chapter 26. Arfi. In a way, it was all Yossarian's fault, for if he had not moved the bomb line during the big siege of Bologna, Major de Coverley might still be around to save him, and if he had not stocked the enlisted men's apartment with girls who had no other place to live, Nately might never have fallen in love with his whore as she sat naked from waist down in the room full of grumpy blackjack players who ignored her. Nately stared at her covertly from his overstuffed yellow armchair, marveling at the bored, phlegmatic strength with which she accepted the mass rejection. She yawned, and he was deeply moved. He had never witnessed such heroic poise before. The girl had climbed 5 steep flights of stairs to sell herself to the group of satiated enlisted men who had girls living there all around them. None wanted her at any price, not even after she had stripped, without real enthusiasm, to tempt them with a tall body that was firm and full and truly voluptuous. She seemed more fatigued than disappointed. Now she sat resting in vacuous indolence, watching the card game with dull curiosity as she gathered her recalcitrant energies for the tedious chore of donning the rest of her clothing and going back to work. In a little while she stirred. A little while later she rose with an unconscious sigh and stepped lethargically into her tight cotton panties and dark skirt, then buckled on her shoes and left. Nately slipped out behind her, and when Yossarian and Arfie entered the officer's apartment almost 2 hours later, there she was again, stepping into her panties and skirt. And it was almost like the chaplain's recurring sensation of having been through a situation before, except for Nately, who was moping inconsolably with his hands in his pockets. "She wants to go now," he said in a faint, strange voice. "She doesn't want to stay." "Why don't you just pay us some money to let you spend the rest of the day with her?" Yossarian advised. "She gave me my money back," Nately admitted. "She's tired of me now and wants to go looking for someone else." The girl paused when her shoes were on to glance in surly invitation at Yossarian and Arfie. Her breasts were pointy and large in the thin white sleeveless sweater she wore that squeezed each contour and flowed outward smoothly with the tops of her enticing hips. Yossarian returned her gaze and was strongly attracted. He shook his head. "Good riddance to bad rubbish," was Arfie's unperturbed response. "Don't say that about her!" Nately protested with passion that was both a plea and a rebuke. "I want her to stay with me." "What's so special about her?" Arfie sneered with mock surprise. "She's only a whore." "And don't call her a whore!" The girl shrugged impassively after a few more seconds and ambled toward the door. Nately bounded forward wretchedly to hold it open. He wandered back in a heartbroken daze, his sensitive face eloquent with grief. "Don't worry about it," Yossarian counseled him as kindly as he could. "You'll probably be able to find her again. We know where all the whores hang out." "Please, don't call her that," Nately begged, looking as though he might cry. "I'm sorry," murmured Yossarian. Arfie thundered jovially. "There are hundreds of whores just as good crawling all over the streets. That one wasn't even pretty." He chuckled mellifluously with resonant disdain and authority. "Why, you rushed forward to open that door as though you were in love with her." "I think I am in love with her," Nately confessed in a shamed, far-off voice. Arfie wrinkled his chubby, round, rosy forehead in comic disbelief. "Ho, ho, ho, ho!" he laughed, patting the expansive forest-green sides of his officer's tunic prosperously. "That's rich! You in love with her? Oh, that's really rich!" Arfie had a date that same afternoon with a Red Cross girl from Smith, whose father owned an important milk of magnesia plant. "Now that's the kind of girl you want to be associating with, and not with common sluts like that one. Why, she didn't even look clean." "I don't care!" Nately shouted desperately. "And I wish you'd shut up. I don't even want to talk about it with you." "Arfie, shut up," said Yossarian. "Ho, ho, ho, ho!" Arfie continued. "I just can't imagine what your father and mother would say if they knew you were running around with filthy trollops like that one. Your father is a very distinguished man, you know." "I'm not going to tell him," Nately declared with determination. "I'm not going to say a word about her to him or mother until after we're married." "Married?" Arfie's indulgent merriment swelled tremendously. "Oh, oh, 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 oh! Now you're really talking stupid. Why, you're not even old enough to know what true love is." Arfie was an authority on the subject of true love because he had already fallen truly in love with Nately's father, and with the prospect of working for him after the war in some executive capacity as a reward for befriending Nately. Arfie was a lead navigator who had never been able to find himself since leaving college. He was a genial, magnanimous lead navigator who could always forgive the other man in the squadron for denouncing him furiously each time he got lost on a combat mission and led them over concentrations of anti-aircraft fire. He got lost on the streets of Rome that same afternoon and never did find the eligible Red Cross girl from Smith with the important milk of magnesia plant. He got lost on the mission to Ferrara the day Kraft was shot down and killed. And he got lost again on the weekly milk run to Parma and tried to lead the planes out to sea over the city of Leghorn, after Yossarian had dropped his bombs on the undefended inland target and settled back against his thick wall of armor plate with his eyes closed and a fragrant cigarette in his fingertips. Suddenly there was flak, and all at once McWatt was shrieking over the intercom, "Flak! Flak! Where the hell are we? What the hell's going on?" Yossarian flipped his eyes open in alarm and saw the totally unexpected, bulging black puffs of flak crashing down in toward them from high up, and Arfie's complacent, melon-round, tiny-eyed face gazing out at the approaching cannon bursts with affable amusement. Yossarian was flabbergasted. His leg went abruptly to sleep. McWatt had started to climb and was yelping over the intercom for instructions. Yossarian sprang forward to see where they were and remained in the same place. He was unable to move. Then he realized he was sopping wet. He looked down at his crotch with a sinking, sick sensation. A wild crimson blot was crawling upward rapidly along his shirt front like an enormous sea monster rising to devour him. He was hit. Separate trickles of blood spilled to a puddle on the floor through one saturated trouser leg like countless unstoppable swarms of wriggling red worms. His heart stopped. A second solid jolt struck the plane. Yossarian shuddered with revulsion at the queer sight of his wound and screamed at Arfie for help. "I lost my balls! Arfie, I lost my balls!" Arfie didn't hear, and Yossarian bent forward and tugged at his arm. "Arfie, help me," he pleaded, almost weeping. "I'm hit! I'm hit!" Arfie turned slowly with a bland, quizzical grin. "What?" "I'm hit, Arfie! Help me!" Arfie grinned again and shrugged amiably. "I can't hear you," he said. "Can't you see me?" Yossarian cried incredulously, and he pointed to the deepening pool of blood he felt splashing down all around him and spreading out underneath. "I'm wounded! Help me, for God's sake, Arfie, help me!" "I still can't hear you," Arfie complained tolerantly, cupping his pudgy hand behind the blanched corolla of his ear. "What did you say?" Yossarian answered in a collapsing voice, weary suddenly of shouting so much, of the whole frustrating, exasperating, ridiculous situation. He was dying, and no one took notice. "Oh, never mind." "What?" Arfie shouted. "I said I lost my balls. Can't you hear me? I'm wounded in the groin." "I still can't hear you," Arfie chided. "I said never mind!" Yossarian screamed with a trapped feeling of terror and began to shiver, feeling very cold suddenly and very weak. Arfie shook his head regretfully again and lowered his obscene, lactescent ear almost directly into Yossarian's face. "You'll just have to speak up, my friend. You'll just have to speak up." "Leave me alone, you bastard, you dumb, insensitive bastard! Leave me alone!" Yossarian sobbed. He wanted to pummel Arfie, but lacked the strength to lift his arms. He decided to sleep instead and keeled over sideways into a dead faint. He was wounded in the thigh, and when he recovered consciousness he found McWatt on both knees taking care of him. He was relieved, even though he still saw Arfie's bloated cherub's face hanging down over McWatt's shoulder with placid interest. Yossarian smiled feebly at McWatt, feeling ill, and asked, "Who's minding the store?" McWatt gave no sign that he heard. With growing horror, Yossarian gathered in breath and repeated the words as loudly as he could. McWatt looked up. "Christ! I'm glad you're still alive!" he exclaimed, heaving an enormous sigh. The good-humored, friendly crinkles about his eyes were white with tension and oily with grime, as he kept unrolling an interminable bandage around the bulky cotton compress Yossarian felt strapped burdensomely to the inside of one thigh. "Nately's at the controls. The poor kid almost started bawling when he heard you were hit. He still thinks you're dead. They knocked open an artery for you, but I think I've got it stopped." I gave you some morphine.
Give me some more.
Oh, it might be too soon. I'll give you some more when it starts to hurt.
It hurts now.
Oh, well. What the hell? Said McWatt, and injected another syringe of morphine into Yossarian's arm.
When you tell Nately I'm all right,
said Yossarian to McWatt, and lost consciousness again, as everything went fuzzy behind a film of strawberry-strained gelatin, and a great baritone buzz swallowed him in sound. He came to in the ambulance and smiled encouragement at Doc Danika's weevil-like, glum and overshadowed countenance for the dizzy second or two he had before everything went rose-petal pink again, and then turned really black and unfathomably still. Yossarian woke up in the hospital and went to sleep. When he woke up in the hospital again, the smell of ether was gone, and Dunbar was lying in pajamas in the bed across the aisle, maintaining that he was not Dunbar, but A Fortiori. Yossarian thought he was cracked. He curled his lips skeptically at Dunbar's bit of news and slept on it fitfully for a day or two, then woke up while the nurses were elsewhere and eased himself out of bed to see for himself. The floor swayed like the floating raft at the beach, and the stitches on the inside of his thigh bit into his flesh like fine sets of fish teeth as he limped across the aisle to peruse the name on the temperature card on the foot of Dunbar's bed. But sure enough, Dunbar was right. He was not Dunbar anymore, but Second Lieutenant Anthony F. Fortiori.
What the hell's going on?
A Fortiori got out of bed and motioned to Yossarian to follow. Grasping for support at anything he could reach, Yossarian limped along after him into the corridor and down the adjacent ward to a bed containing a harried young man with pimples and a receding chin. The harried young man rose on one elbow with alacrity as they approached. A Fortiori jerked his thumb over his shoulder and said, "Screw!" The harried young man jumped out of bed and ran away. A Fortiori climbed into the bed and became Dunbar again. "That was A Fortiori," Dunbar explained. "They didn't have an empty bed in your ward, so I pulled my rank and chased him back here into mine. It's a pretty satisfying experience, pulling rank. You ought to try it sometime. You ought to try it right now, in fact, because you look like you're going to fall down." Yossarian felt like he was going to fall down. He turned to the lantern-jawed, leather-faced, middle-aged man lying in the bed next to Dunbar's, jerked his thumb over his shoulder, and said, "Screw!" The middle-aged man stiffened fiercely and glared. "He's a major," Dunbar explained. "Why don't you aim a little lower and try becoming Warrant Officer Homer Lumley for a while? Then you can have a father in the state legislature, and a sister who's engaged to a champion skier. Just tell him you're a captain." Yossarian turned to the startled patient Dunbar had indicated. "I'm a captain," he said, jerking his thumb over his shoulder. "Screw!" The startled patient jumped down to the floor at Yossarian's command and ran away. Yossarian climbed up into his bed and became Warrant Officer Homer Lumley, who felt like vomiting and was covered suddenly with a clammy sweat. He slept for an hour and wanted to be Yossarian again. It did not mean so much to have a father in the state legislature and a sister who was engaged to a champion skier. Dunbar led the way back to Yossarian's ward, where he thumbed A Fortiori out of bed to become Dunbar again for a while. There was no sign of Warrant Officer Homer Lumley. Nurse Kramer was there, though, and sizzled with sanctimonious anger like a damp firecracker. She ordered Yossarian to get right back into his bed and blocked his path so he couldn't comply. Her pretty face was more repulsive than ever. Nurse Kramer was a good-hearted, sentimental creature who rejoiced unselfishly at news of weddings, engagements, births, and anniversaries, even though she was unacquainted with any of the people involved. "Are you crazy?" she scolded virtuously, shaking an indignant finger in front of his eyes. "I suppose you just don't care if you kill yourself, do you?" "It's myself," he reminded her. "I suppose you just don't care if you lose your leg, do you?" "It's my leg." "It certainly is not your leg," Nurse Kramer retorted. "That leg belongs to the U.S. government. It's no different than a gear or a bedpan. The Army has invested a lot of money to make you an airplane pilot, and you've no right to disobey the doctor's orders." Yossarian was not sure he liked being invested in. Nurse Kramer was still standing directly in front of him so that he could not pass. His head was aching. Nurse Kramer shouted at him some question he could not understand. He jerked his thumb over his shoulder and said, "Screw." Nurse Kramer cracked him in the face so hard she almost knocked him down. Yossarian drew back his fist to punch her in the jaw just as his leg buckled and he began to fall. Nurse Duckett strode up in time to catch him. She addressed them both firmly. "Just what's going on here?" "He won't get back into his bed," Nurse Kramer reported zealously in an injured tone. "Sue Ann, he said something absolutely horrible to me. Oh, I can't even make myself repeat it."
"She called me a gear,"
Yossarian muttered. Nurse Duckett was not sympathetic. "Will you get back into bed?" she said, "or must I take you by your ear and put you there?"
"Take me by my ear and put me there," Yossarian dared her.
Nurse Duckett took him by his ear and put him back in bed. Chapter 27. Nurse Duckett. Nurse Sue Ann Duckett was a tall, spare, mature, straight-backed woman with a prominent, well-rounded ass, small breasts, and angular, ascetic New England features that came equally close to being very lovely and very plain. Her skin was white and pink, her eyes small, her nose and chin slender and sharp. She was able, prompt, strict, and intelligent. She welcomed responsibility and kept her head in every crisis. She was adult and self-reliant, and there was nothing she needed from anyone. Yossarian took pity and decided to help her. Next morning, while she was standing bent over smoothing the sheets at the foot of his bed, he slipped his hand stealthily into the narrow space between her knees, and all at once brought it up swiftly under her dress as far as it would go. Nurse Duckett shrieked and jumped into the air a mile, but it wasn't high enough, and she squirmed and vaulted and seesawed back and forth on her divine fulcrum for almost a full 15 seconds before she wiggled free finally and retreated frantically into the aisle with an ashen, trembling face. She backed away too far, and Dunbar, who had watched from the beginning, sprang forward on his bed without warning and flung both arms around her bosom from behind. Nurse Duckett let out another scream and twisted away, fleeing far enough from Dunbar for Yossarian to lunge forward and grab her by the snatch again. Nurse Duckett bounced out across the aisle once more like a ping-pong ball with legs. Dunbar was waiting vigilantly, ready to pounce. She remembered him just in time and leaped aside. Dunbar missed completely and sailed by her over the bed to the floor, landing on his skull with a soggy, crunching thud that knocked him cold. He woke up on the floor with a bleeding nose and exactly the same distressful head symptoms he had been feigning all along. The ward was in a chaotic uproar. Nurse Duckett was in tears, and Yossarian was consoling her apologetically as he sat beside her on the edge of a bed. The commanding colonel was wroth and shouting at Yossarian that he would not permit his patients to take indecent liberties with his nurses. "What do you want from him?" Dunbar asked plaintively from the floor, wincing at the vibrating pains in his temples that his voice set up. "He didn't do anything."
"I'm talking about you," the thin, dignified colonel bellowed as loudly as he could. "You're going to be punished for what you did."
"What do you want from him?" Yossarian called out. "All he did was fall on his head."
"And I'm talking about you, too," the colonel declared, whirling to rage at Yossarian. "You're going to be good and sorry you grabbed Nurse Duckett by the bosom."
"I didn't grab Nurse Duckett by the bosom," said Yossarian. "I grabbed her by the bosom," said Dunbar.
"Are you both crazy?"
the doctor cried shrilly, backing away in paling confusion. "Yes, he really is crazy, Doc," Dunbar assured him. "Every night he dreams he's holding a live fish in his hands." The doctor stopped in his tracks with a look of elegant amazement and distaste, and the ward grew still.
"He does what?"
he demanded. "He dreams he's holding a live fish in his hand."
"What kind of fish?"
the doctor inquired sternly of Yossarian. "I don't know," Yossarian answered. "I can't tell one kind of fish from another."
"In which hand do you hold them?"
"It varies," answered Yossarian. "It varies with the fish," Dunbar added helpfully. The colonel turned and stared down at Dunbar suspiciously with a narrow squint.
"Yes? And how come you seem to know so much about it?"
"I'm in the dream," Dunbar answered without cracking a smile. The colonel's face flushed with embarrassment. He glared at them both with cold, unforgiving resentment.
"Get up off the floor and into your bed," he directed Dunbar through thin lips. "And I don't want to hear another word about this dream from either one of you. I've got a man on my staff to listen to disgusting bilge like this."
"Just why do you think," carefully inquired Major Sanderson, the soft and thick-set, smiling staff psychiatrist whom the colonel had ordered Yossarian sent.
"That Colonel Farage finds your dream disgusting."
Yossarian replied respectfully. I suppose it's either some quality in the dream or some quality in Colonel Farage.
"That's very well put,"
applauded Major Sanderson, who wore squeaking GI shoes and had charcoal black hair that stood up almost straight.
"For some reason," he confided, "Colonel Farage has always reminded me of a seagull. He doesn't put much faith in psychiatry, you know."
You don't like seagulls, do you? Inquired Yossarian.
"No, not very much,"
admitted Major Sanderson with a sharp, nervous laugh, and pulled at his pendulous second chin lovingly as though it were a long goatee.
"I think your dream is charming, and I hope it recurs frequently so that we can continue discussing it. Would you like a cigarette?"
He smiled when Yossarian declined.
"Just why do you think," he asked knowingly, "that you have such a strong aversion to accepting a cigarette from me?"
I put one out a second ago. It's still smoldering in your ashtray. Major Sanderson chuckled.
"That's a very ingenious explanation, but I suppose we'll soon discover the true reason."
He tied a sloppy double bow in his opened shoelace and then transferred a lined yellow pad from his desk to his lap.
This fish you dream about, let's talk about that. It's always the same fish, isn't it?"
I don't know, Yossarian replied. I have trouble recognizing fish.
"What does the fish remind you of?"
Other fish.
"And what do other fish remind you of?"
Other fish. Major Sanderson sat back disappointedly.
"Do you like fish?"
Not especially.
"Just why do you think you have such a morbid aversion to fish?" asked Major Sanderson triumphantly.
They're too bland, Yossarian answered, and too bony. Major Sanderson nodded understandingly with a smile that was agreeable and insincere.
"That's a very interesting explanation, but we'll soon discover the true reason, I suppose. Do you like this particular fish, the one you're holding in your hand?"
I have no feelings about it either way.
"Do you dislike the fish? Do you have any hostile or aggressive emotions toward it?"
No, not at all. In fact, I rather like the fish.
"Then you do like the fish?"
Oh, no, I have no feelings toward it either way.
"But you just said you liked it, and now you say you have no feelings toward it either way. I've just caught you in a contradiction. Don't you see?"
Yes, sir. I suppose you have caught me in a contradiction. Major Sanderson proudly lettered contradiction on his pad with his thick black pencil.
"Just why do you think," he resumed when he had finished, looking up, "that you made those two statements expressing contradictory emotional responses to the fish?"
I suppose I have an ambivalent attitude toward it. Major Sanderson sprang up with joy when he heard the words ambivalent attitude.
"You do understand!" he exclaimed, wringing his hands together ecstatically. "Oh, you can't imagine how lonely it's been for me talking day after day to patients who haven't the slightest knowledge of psychiatry, trying to cure people who have no real interest in me or my work. It's given me such a terrible feeling of inadequacy."
A shadow of anxiety crossed his face.
"I can't seem to shake it."
Really? Asked Yossarian, wondering what else to say. Why do you blame yourself for gaps in the education of others?
"Oh, it's silly, I know,"
Major Sanderson replied uneasily with a giddy, involuntary laugh.
"But I've always depended very heavily on the good opinion of others. I reached puberty a bit later than all the other boys my age, you see, and it's given me all sorts of problems. I just know I'm going to enjoy discussing them with you. I'm so eager to begin that I'm almost reluctant to digress now to your problem, but I'm afraid I must. Colonel Farage would be cross if he knew we were spending all our time on me. I'd like to show you some ink blots now to find out what certain shapes and colors remind you of."
You can save yourself the trouble, Doctor. Everything reminds me of sex. Does it? Cried Major Sanderson with delight, as though unable to believe his ears. Oh, now we're really getting somewhere. Do you ever have any good sex dreams?
My fish dream is a sex dream.
No, I mean real sex dreams. The kind where you grab some naked bitch by the neck and pinch her and punch her in the face until she's all bloody, and then throw yourself down to ravish her and burst into tears because you love her and hate her so much you don't know what else to do. That's the kind of sex dreams I like to talk about. Don't you ever have sex dreams like that?
Yossarian reflected a moment with a wise look. That's a fish dream, he decided. Major Sanderson recoiled as though he had been slapped.
Yes, of course, he conceded frigidly, his manner changing to one of edgy and defensive antagonism. But I'd like you to dream one like that anyway, just to see how you react. That will be all for today. In the meantime, I'd also like you to dream up the answers to some of those questions I asked you. These sessions are no more pleasant for me than they are for you, you know.
I'll mention it to Dunbar, Yossarian replied.
Dunbar?
He's the one who started it all. It's his dream.
Oh. Dunbar, Major Sanderson sneered, his confidence returning. I'll bet Dunbar is that evil fellow who really does all those nasty things you're always being blamed for, isn't he?
Oh, he's not so evil.
And yet you'll defend him to the very death, won't you?
Not that far. Major Sanderson smiled tauntingly and wrote Dunbar on his pad.
Why are you limping? He asked sharply as Yossarian moved to the door. And what the devil is that bandage doing on your leg? Are you mad or something?
I was wounded in the leg. That's what I'm in the hospital for.
Oh, no, you're not, gloated Major Sanderson maliciously. You're in the hospital for a stone in your salivary gland, so you're not so smart after all, are you? You don't even know what you're in the hospital for.
I'm in the hospital for a wounded leg, Yossarian insisted.
Major Sanderson ignored his argument with a sarcastic laugh. Well, give my regards to your friend, Dunbar, and you will tell him to dream that dream for me, won't you?
But Dunbar had nausea and dizziness with his constant headache and was not inclined to cooperate with Major Sanderson. Hungry Joe had nightmares because he had finished 60 missions and was waiting again to go home, but he was unwilling to share any when he came to the hospital to visit. "Hasn't anyone got any dreams for Major Sanderson?" Yossarian asked. "I hate to disappoint him. He feels so rejected already." I've been having a very peculiar dream ever since I learned you were wounded," confessed the chaplain. "I used to dream every night that my wife was dying or being murdered or that my children were choking to death on morsels of nutritious food. Now I dream that I'm out swimming in water over my head and a shark is eating my left leg in exactly the same place where you have your bandage." "That's a wonderful dream," Dunbar declared. "I bet Major Sanderson will love it."
"That's a horrible dream," Major Sanderson cried. "It's filled with pain and mutilation and death. I'm sure you had it just to spite me. You know, I'm not even sure you belong in the army with a disgusting dream like that."
Yossarian thought he spied a ray of hope. "Perhaps you're right, sir," he suggested slyly. "Perhaps I ought to be grounded and return to the States."
Hasn't it ever occurred to you that in your promiscuous pursuit of women, you are merely trying to assuage your subconscious fears of sexual impotence?
"Yes, sir, it has."
Then why do you do it?
"To assuage my fears of sexual impotence."
Why don't you get yourself a good hobby instead?" Major Sanderson inquired with friendly interest. "Like fishing. Do you really find Nurse Duckett so attractive? I should think she was rather bony. Rather bland and bony, you know? Like a fish."
"I hardly know Nurse Duckett."
"Then why did you grab her by the bosom? Merely because she has one?"
Dunbar did that."
"Oh, don't start that again," Major Sanderson exclaimed with vitriolic scorn, and hurled down his pencil disgustedly.
Do you really think that you can absolve yourself of guilt by pretending to be someone else? I don't like you, Fortiori. Do you know that? I don't like you at all.
Yossarian felt a cold, damp wind of apprehension blow over him. "I'm not Fortiori, sir," he said timidly. "I'm Yossarian."
"You're who?"
"My name is Yossarian, sir, and I'm in the hospital with a wounded leg."
"Your name is Fortiori,"
Major Sanderson contradicted him belligerently,
"and you're in the hospital for a stone in your salivary gland."
"Oh, come on, Major!" Yossarian exploded. "I ought to know who I am."
"And I've got an official Army record here to prove it," Major Sanderson retorted. "You'd better get a grip on yourself before it's too late. First you're Dunbar, now you're Yossarian. The next thing you know, you'll be claiming you're Washington Irving. Do you know what's wrong with you? You've got a split personality. That's what's wrong with you."
Perhaps you're right, sir," Yossarian agreed diplomatically.
"I know I'm right. You've got a bad persecution complex. You think people are trying to harm you."
"Well, people are trying to harm me."
"You see, you have no respect for excessive authority or obsolete traditions. You're dangerous and depraved, and you ought to be taken outside and shot."
"Are you serious?"
"You're an enemy of the people."
"Are you nuts?" Yossarian shouted. "No, I'm not nuts," Dobbs roared furiously back in the ward in what he imagined was a furtive whisper. "Hungry Joe saw them, I tell you. He saw them yesterday when he flew to Naples to pick up some black market air conditioners for Colonel Cathcart's farm. They've got a big replacement center there, and it's filled with hundreds of pilots, bombardiers, and gunners on the way home. They've got 45 missions. That's all. A few with Purple Hearts have even less. Replacement crews are pouring in from the States into the other bomber groups. They want everyone to serve overseas at least once, even administrative personnel. Don't you read the papers? We've got to kill him now." "You've got only 2 more missions to fly," Yossarian reasoned with him in a low voice. "Why take a chance?" "I can get killed flying them too," Dobbs answered pugnaciously in his rough, quavering, overwrought voice. "We could kill him the first thing tomorrow morning when he drives back from his farm. I've got the gun right here." Yossarian goggled with amazement as Dobbs pulled a gun out of his pocket and displayed it high in the air. "Are you crazy?" he hissed frantically. "Put it away, and keep your idiot voice down." "What are you worried about?" Dobbs asked with offended innocence. "No one can hear us." "Hey, knock it off down there!" a voice rang out from the far end of the ward. "Can't you see we're trying to nap?" "What the hell are you, a wise guy?" Dobbs yelled back and spun around with clenched fists, ready to fight. He whirled back to Yossarian, and before he could speak, sneezed thunderously 6 times, staggering sideways on rubbery legs in the intervals and raising his elbows ineffectively to fend each seizure off. The lids of his watery eyes were puffy and inflamed. "Who does he think?" he demanded, sniffing spasmodically and wiping his nose with the back of his sturdy wrist. "He is a cop or something?" "He's a CID man," Yossarian notified him tranquilly. "We've got 3 here now and more on the way. Oh, don't be scared. They're after a forger named Washington Irving. They're not interested in murderers." "Murderers?" Dobbs was affronted. "Why do you call us murderers? Just because we're going to murder Colonel Cathcart?" "Be quiet, damn you!" directed Yossarian. "Can't you whisper?" "I am whispering. You're still shouting." "No, I'm not. Hey, shut up down there, will you?" Patients all over the ward began hollering at Dobbs. "I'll fight you all!" Dobbs screamed back at them and stood up in a rickety wooden chair, waving the gun wildly. Yossarian caught his arm and yanked him down. Dobbs began sneezing again. "I have an allergy," he apologized when he had finished, his nostrils running and his eyes streaming with tears. "That's too bad. You'd make a great leader of men without it." "Colonel Cathcart's the murderer," Dobbs complained hoarsely when he had shoved away a soiled, crumpled khaki handkerchief. "Colonel Cathcart's the one who's going to murder us all if we don't do something to stop him." "Maybe he won't raise the missions anymore. Maybe
60 is as high as he'll go. He always races the missions. You know that better than I do."
Dobbs swallowed and bent his intense face very close to Yossarian's, the muscles in his bronze rock-like jaw bunching up into quivering knots.
"Just say it's okay, and I'll do the whole thing tomorrow morning. Do you understand what I'm telling you? I'm whispering now, ain't I?"
Yossarian tore his eyes away from the gaze of burning entreaty Dobbs had fastened on him. "Why the goddamn hell don't you just go out and do it?" he protested. "Why don't you stop talking to me about it and do it alone?"
"I'm afraid to do it alone. I'm afraid to do anything alone."
"Then leave me out of it. I'd have to be crazy to get mixed up in something like this. Now I've got $1 million leg wound here. They're going to send me home."
"Are you crazy?"
Dobbs exclaimed in disbelief. "All you've got there is a scratch. He'll have you back flying combat missions the day you come out, Purple Heart and all."
"Then I really will kill him," Yossarian vowed.
"I'll come looking for you and we'll do it together."
"Then let's do it tomorrow while we've still got the chance,"
Dobbs pleaded.
"The chaplain says he's volunteered the group for Avignon again. I may be killed before you get out. Look how these hands of mine shake. I can't fly a plane. I'm not good enough."
Yossarian was afraid to say yes. "I want to wait and see what happens first."
"The trouble with you is that you just won't do anything,"
Dobbs complained in a thick, infuriated voice. "I'm doing everything I possibly can," the chaplain explained softly to Yossarian after Dobbs had departed. "I even went to the medical tent to speak to Dr. Nika about helping you." "Yes, I can see." Yossarian suppressed a smile. "What happened?" "They painted my gums purple," the chaplain replied sheepishly. "They painted his toes purple, too," Nately added in outrage, "and then they gave him a laxative. But I went back again this morning to see him, and they painted his gums purple again," said Nately. "But I did get to speak to him," the chaplain argued in a plaintive tone of self-justification. "Dr. Danica seems like such an unhappy man. He suspects that someone is plotting to transfer him to the Pacific Ocean. All this time he's been thinking of coming to me for help. When I told him I needed his help, he wondered if there wasn't a chaplain I couldn't go see." The chaplain waited in patient dejection when Yossarian and Dunbar both broke into laughter. "I used to think it was immoral to be unhappy," he continued, as though keening aloud in solitude. "Now I don't know what to think any more. I'd like to make the subject of immorality the basis of my sermon this Sunday, but I'm not sure I ought to give any sermon at all with these purple gums." Colonel Corn was very displeased with them. "Chaplain, why don't you come into the hospital with us for a while and take it easy?" Yossarian invited. "You can be very comfortable here." The brash iniquity of the proposal tempted and amused the chaplain for a second or two. "No, I don't think so," he decided reluctantly. "I want to arrange for a trip to the mainland to see a mail clerk named Wintergreen. Dr. Danica told me he could help." "Wintergreen is probably the most influential man in the whole theater of operations. He's not only a mail clerk, but he has access to a mimeograph machine. But he won't help anybody. That's one of the reasons he'll go far. I'd like to speak to him anyway. There must be somebody who will help you." "Do it for Dunbar, chaplain," Yossarian corrected with a superior air. "I've got this $1 million leg wound that will take me out of combat. If that doesn't do it, there's a psychiatrist who thinks I'm not good enough to be in the army." "I'm the one who isn't good enough to be in the army," Dunbar whined jealously. "It was my dream." "It's not the dream, Dunbar," Yossarian explained. "He likes your dream. It's my personality. He thinks it's split."
"It's split right down the middle,"
said Major Sanderson, who had laced his lumpy GI shoes for the occasion and had slicked his charcoal dull hair down with some stiffening and redolent tonic. He smiled ostentatiously to show himself reasonable and nice.
"I'm not saying that to be cruel and insulting," he continued with cruel and insulting delight. "I'm not saying it because I hate you and want revenge. I'm not saying it because you rejected me and hurt my feelings terribly. No, I'm a man of medicine, and I'm being coldly objective. I have very bad news for you. Are you man enough to take it?"
"God, no!" screamed Yossarian. "I'll go right to pieces." Major Sanderson flew instantly into a rage.
"Can't you even do one thing right?" he pleaded, turning beet red with vexation and crashing the sides of both fists down upon his desk together. "The trouble with you is that you think you're too good for all the conventions of society. You probably think you're too good for me, too, just because I arrived at puberty late. Well, do you know what you are? You're a frustrated, unhappy, disillusioned, undisciplined, maladjusted young man."
Major Sanderson's disposition seemed to mellow as he reeled off the uncomplimentary adjectives. "Yes, sir," Yossarian agreed carefully. "I guess you're right."
"Of course I'm right. You're immature. You've been unable to adjust to the idea of war."
"Yes, sir."
"You have a morbid aversion to dying. You probably resent the fact that you're at war and might get your head blown off any second."
"Oh, I'm more than resented, sir. I'm absolutely incensed."
"You have deep-seated survival anxieties, and you don't like bigots, bullies, snobs, or hypocrites. Subconsciously, there are many people you hate."
"Consciously, sir. Consciously," Yossarian corrected in an effort to help. "I hate them consciously."
"You're antagonistic to the idea of being robbed, exploited, degraded, humiliated, or deceived. Misery depresses you. Ignorance depresses you. Persecution depresses you. Violence depresses you. Slums depress you. Greed depresses you. Crime depresses you. Corruption depresses you. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if you are a manic depressive."
"Yes, sir. Perhaps I am."
"Don't try to deny it."
"I'm not denying it, sir," said Yossarian, pleased with the miraculous rapport that finally existed between them. "I agree with all you've said."
"Then you admit you're crazy, do you?"
"Crazy?" Yossarian was shocked. "What are you talking about? Why am I crazy? You're the one who's crazy." Major Sanderson turned red with indignation again and crashed both fists down upon his thighs.
"Calling me crazy," he shouted in a sputtering rage, "is a typically sadistic and vindictive paranoiac reaction. You really are crazy."
"Then why don't you send me home?"
"And I'm going to send you home."
"They're going to send me home!" Yossarian announced jubilantly as he hobbled back into the ward. "And me too!" A. Fortiori rejoiced. "They just came to my ward and told me." "And what about me?" Dunbar demanded petulantly of the doctors. "You?" they replied with asperity. "You're going with Yossarian right back into combat." And back into combat they both went. Yossarian was enraged when the ambulance returned him to the squadron, and he went limping for justice to Dr. Nika, who glared at him glumly with misery and disdain. "You?" Dr. Nika exclaimed mournfully with accusing disgust, the egg-shaped pouches under both eyes firm and censorious. "All you ever think of is yourself. Go take a look at the bomb line if you want to see what's been happening since you went to hospital." Yossarian was startled. "Are we losing?" "Losing?" Dr. Nika cried. "The whole military situation has been going to hell ever since we captured Paris. I knew it would happen." He paused, his sulking ire turning to melancholy, and frowned irritably as though it were all Yossarian's fault. "American troops are pushing into German soil. The Russians have captured back all of Romania. Only yesterday the Greeks and the Eighth Army captured Rimini. The Germans are on the defensive everywhere." Dr. Nika paused again and fortified himself with a huge breath for a piercing ejaculation of grief. "There's no more Luftwaffe left," he wailed. He seemed ready to burst into tears. "The whole Gothic line is in danger of collapsing." "So?" asked Yossarian. "What's wrong?" "What's wrong?" Dr. Nika cried. "If something doesn't happen soon, Germany may surrender, and then we'll all be sent to the Pacific." Yossarian gawked at Dr. Nika in grotesque dismay. "Are you crazy? Do you know what you're saying?" "Yeah, it's easy for you to laugh," Dr. Nika sneered. "Who the hell is laughing?" "At least you've got a chance. You're in combat and might get killed, but what about me? I've got nothing to hope for." "You're out of your goddamn head," Yossarian shouted at him emphatically, seizing him by the shirt front. "Do you know that? Now keep your stupid mouth shut and listen to me." Dr. Nika wrenched himself away.
Don't you dare talk to me like that. I'm a licensed physician. Then keep your stupid licensed physician's mouth shut and listen to what they told me up at the hospital. I'm crazy. Did you know that? So? Really crazy. So? I'm nuts. Cuckoo. Don't you understand? I'm off my rocker. They sent someone else home in my place by mistake. They've got a licensed psychiatrist up at the hospital who examined me, and that was his verdict. I'm really insane. So? So? Yossarian was puzzled by Dr. Nika's inability to comprehend. Don't you see what that means? Now you can take me off combat duty and send me home. They're not going to send a crazy man out to be killed, are they? Who else will go?
Chapter 28. Dobbs. McWatt went, and McWatt was not crazy. And so did Yossarian, still walking with a limp. And when Yossarian had gone 2 more times and then found himself menaced by the rumor of another mission to Bologna, he limped determinedly into Dobbs' tent early one warm afternoon, put a finger to his mouth, and said, "Shush."
What are you shushing him for? Asked Kid Sampson, peeling a tangerine with his front teeth as he perused the dog-eared pages of a comic book. He isn't even saying anything.
"Screw," said Yossarian to Kid Sampson, jerking his thumb back over his shoulder toward the entrance of the tent.
Kid Sampson cocked his blond eyebrows discerningly and rose to cooperate. He whistled upward 4 times into his drooping yellow mustache and spurted away into the hills on the dented old green motorcycle he had purchased second-hand months before. Yossarian waited until the last faint bark of the motor had died away in the distance. Things inside the tent did not seem quite normal. The place was too neat. Dobbs was watching him curiously, smoking a fat cigar. Now that Yossarian had made up his mind to be brave, he was deathly afraid.
"All right," he said. "Let's kill Colonel Cathcart. We'll do it together."
Dobbs sprang forward off his cot with a look of wildest terror. "Shush!" he roared. "Kill Colonel Cathcart? What are you talking about?" "Be quiet, damn it!" Yossarian snarled. "The whole island will hear you.
Have you still got that gun?"
"Are you crazy or something?" shouted Dobbs. "Why should I want to kill Colonel Cathcart?" "Why?" Yossarian stared at Dobbs with an incredulous scowl. "Why? It was your idea, wasn't it? Didn't you come to the hospital and ask me to do it?"
Dobbs smiled slowly. "But that was when I had only 58 missions," he explained, puffing on his cigar luxuriously. "I'm all packed now, and I'm waiting to go home. I've finished my 60 missions." "So what?" Yossarian replied. "He's only going to raise them again. Maybe this time he won't. He always raises them. What the hell's the matter with you, Dobbs? Ask Hungry Joe how many times he's packed his bags." "I've got to wait and see what happens," Dobbs maintained stubbornly. "I'd have to be crazy to get mixed up in something like this now that I'm out of combat." He flicked the ash from his cigar. "No, my advice to you," he remarked, "is that you fly your 60 missions like the rest of us and then see what happens." Yossarian resisted the impulse to spit squarely in his eye. "I may not live through 60, he wheedled in a flat, pessimistic voice. "There's a rumor around that he volunteered the group for Bologna again." "It's only a rumor," Dobbs pointed out with a self-important air. "You mustn't believe every rumor you hear." "Will you stop giving me advice?" "Why don't you speak to Orr?" Dobbs advised. "Orr got knocked down into the water again last week on that second mission to Avignon. Maybe he's unhappy enough to kill him." "Orr hasn't got brains enough to be unhappy." Orr had been knocked down into the water again while Yossarian was still in the hospital, and had eased his crippled airplane down gently into the glassy blue swells off Marseille with such flawless skill that not one member of the 6-man crew suffered the slightest bruise. The escape hatches in the front and rear sections flew open while the sea was still foaming white and green around the plane, and the men scrambled out as speedily as they could in their flaccid orange Mae West life jackets that failed to inflate and dangled limp and useless around their necks and waists. The life jackets failed to inflate because Milo had removed the twin carbon dioxide cylinders from the inflating chambers to make the strawberry and crushed pineapple ice cream sodas he served in the officers' mess hall, and had replaced them with mimeographed notes that read, "What's good for M&M Enterprises is good for the country." Orr popped out of the sinking airplane last.
You should have seen him,
Sergeant Knight roared with laughter as he related the episode to Yossarian.
It was the funniest goddamn thing you ever saw. None of the Mae West would work because Milo had stolen the carbon dioxide to make those ice cream sodas you bastards have been getting in the offices mess. But that wasn't too bad, as it turned out. Only one of us couldn't swim, and we lifted that guy up into the raft after Orr had worked it over by its rope right up against the fuselage while we were all still standing on the plane. That little crackpot sure has a knack for things like that. Then the other raft came loose and drifted away, so that all 6 of us wound up sitting in one with our elbows and legs pressed so close against each other you almost couldn't move without knocking a guy next to you out of the raft into the water. The plane went down about 3 seconds after we left it, and we were out there all alone. And right after that we began unscrewing the caps on our Mae West to see what the hell had gone wrong, and found those goddamn notes from Milo telling us that what was good for him was good enough for the rest of us. The bastard. Jesus, did we curse him all except that buddy of yours, Orr, who just kept grinning as though for all he cared what was good for Milo might be good enough for the rest of us. I swear you should have seen him sitting up there on the rim of the raft like the captain of a ship, while the rest of us just watched him and waited for him to tell us what to do. He kept slapping his hands on his legs every few seconds as though he had the shakes and saying, "All right now, all right," and giggling like a crazy little freak, and then saying, "All right now, all right again," and giggling like a crazy little freak some more. It was like watching some kind of a moron. Watching him was all that kept us from going to pieces altogether during the first few minutes, what with each wave washing over us into the raft, dumping a few of us back into the water so that we had to climb back in again before the next wave came along and washed us right back out. It was sure funny. We just kept falling out and climbing back in. We had the guy who couldn't swim stretched out in the middle of the raft on the floor, but even there he almost drowned because the water inside the raft was deep enough to keep splashing in his face. Oh, boy! Then Orr began opening up compartments in the raft, and the fun really began. First, he found a box of chocolate bars, and he passed those around, so we sat there eating salty chocolate bars while the waves kept knocking us out of the raft into the water. Next, he found some bouillon cubes and aluminum cups and made us some soup. Then he found some tea. Sure, he made it. Can't you see him serving us tea as we sat there soaking wet and water up to our ass? Now, I was falling out of the raft because I was laughing so much. We were all laughing, and he was dead serious, except for that goofy giggle of his and that crazy grin. What a joke! Whatever he found, he used. He found some shark repellent, and he sprinkled it right out into the water. He found some market dye, and he threw it into the water. The next thing he finds is a fishing line and dried bait, and his face lights up as though the air sea rescue launch had just sped up to save us before we died of exposure or before the Germans sent a boat out from Spezia to take us prisoner or machine gun us. In no time at all, Orr had that fishing line out into the water, trawling away as happy as a lark. "Lieutenant, what do you expect to catch?" I asked him. "Cod," he told me, and he meant it. And it's a good thing he didn't catch any, because he would have eaten that codfish raw if he'd caught any, and would have made us eat it too, because he had found his little book that said it was all right to eat codfish raw. The next thing he found was this little blue oar about the size of a Dixie cup spoon, and sure enough, he began rowing with it, trying to move all 900 pounds of us with that little stick. Can you imagine? After that, he found a small magnetic compass and a big waterproof map, and he spread the map open on his knees and set the compass on top of it. And that's how we spent the time until the launch picked us up about 30 minutes later, sitting there with that baited fishing line out behind him with the compass in his lap and the map spread out on his knees and paddling away as hard as he could with that dinky blue oar as though he was speeding to Majorca. Jesus! Sergeant Knight knew all about Majorca, and so did Orr, because Yossarian had told them often of such sanctuaries as Spain, Switzerland, and Sweden, where American flyers could be interned for the duration of the war under conditions of utmost ease and luxury merely by flying there. Yossarian was the squadron's leading authority on internment, and had already begun plotting an emergency heading into Switzerland on every mission he flew into northernmost Italy. He would certainly have preferred Sweden, where the level of intelligence was high, and where he could swim nude with beautiful girls with low, demurring voices, and sire whole, happy, undisciplined tribes of illegitimate Yossarians that the state would assist through parturition and launch into life without stigma. But Sweden was out of reach, too far away, and Yossarian waited for the piece of flak that would knock out one engine over the Italian Alps and provide him with the excuse for heading for Switzerland. He would not even tell his pilot he was guiding him there. Yossarian often thought of scheming with some pilot he trusted to fake a crippled engine and then destroy the evidence of deception with a belly landing, but the only pilot he really trusted was McWatt,
who was happiest where he was, and still got a big boot out of buzzing his plane over Yossarian's tent, or roaring in so low over the bathers at the beach that the fierce wind from his propellers slashed dark furrows in the water and whipped sheets of spray flapping back for seconds afterward. Dobbs and Hungry Joe were out of the question, and so was Orr, who was tinkering with the valve of the stove again when Yossarian limped despondently back into the tent after Dobbs had turned him down. The stove Orr was manufacturing out of an inverted metal drum stood in the middle of the smooth cement floor he had constructed. He was working sedulously on both knees. Yossarian tried paying no attention to him and limped wearily to his cot and sat down with a labored, drawn-out grunt. Prickles of perspiration were turning chilly on his forehead. Dobbs had depressed him. Dr. Nika depressed him. An ominous vision of doom depressed him when he looked at Orr. He began ticking with a variety of internal tremors. Nerves twitched, and the vein in one wrist began palpitating. Orr studied Yossarian over his shoulder, his moist lips drawn back around convex rows of large buck teeth. Reaching sideways, he dug a bottle of warm beer out of his footlocker, and he handed it to Yossarian after prying off the cap. Neither said a word. Yossarian sipped the bubbles off the top and tilted his head back. Orr watched him cunningly with a noiseless grin. Yossarian eyed Orr guardedly. Orr snickered with a slight mucid sibilance and turned back to his work, squatting. Yossarian grew tense. "Don't start," he begged in a threatening voice, both hands tightening around his beer bottle. "Don't start working on your stove." Orr cackled quietly. "I'm almost finished." "No, you're not. You're about to begin." "Here's the valve. See? It's almost all together." "And you're about to take it apart. I know what you're doing, you bastard. I've seen you do it 300 times. Orr shivered with glee. "I want to get the leak in this gasoline line out," he explained. "I've got it down now to where it's only an ooze." "I can't watch you," Yossarian confessed tonelessly. "If you want to work with something big, that's okay. But that valve is filled with tiny parts, and I just haven't got the patience right now to watch you working so hard over things that are so goddamn small and unimportant." "Just because they're small doesn't mean they're unimportant." "I don't care." "Once more?" "When I'm not around. You're a happy imbecile, and you don't know what it means to feel the way I do. Things happen to me when you work over small things that I can't even begin to explain. I find out that I can't stand you. I start to hate you, and I'm soon thinking seriously about busting this bottle down on your head, stabbing you in the neck with that hunting knife there. Do you understand?" Orr nodded very intelligently. "I won't take the valve apart now," he said, and began taking it apart, working with slow, tireless, interminable precision, his rustic, ungainly face bent very close to the floor, picking painstakingly at the minute mechanism in his fingers with such limitless, plodding concentration that he seemed scarcely to be thinking of it at all. Yossarian cursed him silently and made up his mind to ignore him. "What the hell's your hurry with that stove, anyway?" he barked out a moment later, in spite of himself. "It's still hot out. We're probably going swimming later. What are you worried about the cold for?" "The days are getting shorter," Orr observed philosophically. "I'd like to get this all finished for you while there's still time. You'll have the best stove in the squadron when I'm through. It will burn all night with this feed control I'm fixing, and these metal plates will radiate the heat all over the tent. If you leave a helmet full of water on this thing when you go to sleep, you'll have warm water to wash with all ready for you when you wake up. Won't that be nice? If you want to cook eggs or soup, all you'll have to do is set the pot down here and turn the fire up." "What do you mean, me?" Yossarian wanted to know. "Where are you going to be?" Orr's stunted torso shook suddenly with a muffled spasm of amusement. "I don't know," he exclaimed, and a weird, wavering giggle gushed out suddenly through his chattering buck teeth like an exploding jet of emotion. He was still laughing when he continued, and his voice was clogged with saliva. "If they keep on shooting me down this way, I don't know where I'm going to be." Yossarian was moved. "Why don't you try to stop flying, Orr? You've got an excuse." "I've only got 18 missions." "But you've been shot down on almost every one. You're either ditching or crash landing every time you go up."
Oh, I don't mind flying missions. I guess they're lots of fun. You ought to try flying a few with me when you're not flying lead, just for laughs.
Orr gazed up at Yossarian through the corners of his eyes with a look of pointed mirth. Yossarian avoided his stare. They got me flying lead again.
When you're not flying lead. If you had any brains, do you know what you'd do? You'd go right to Pilchard and Wren and tell them you want to fly with me.
And get shot down with you every time you go up? What's the fun in that?
That's just why you ought to do it, Orr insisted. I guess I'm just about the best pilot around now when it comes to ditching or making crash landings. It would be good practice for you.
Good practice for what?
Good practice in case you ever have to ditch or make a crash landing.
Have you got another bottle of beer for me? Yossarian asked morosely.
Do you want to bust it down on my head?
This time Yossarian did laugh. Like that whore in that apartment in Rome, huh? Orr sniggered lewdly, his bulging crabapple cheeks blowing outward with pleasure.
Do you really want to know why she was hitting me over the head with her shoe? He teased.
I do know, Yossarian teased back. Knightley's whore told me. Orr grinned like a gargoyle.
No, she didn't.
Yossarian felt sorry for Orr. Orr was so small and ugly. Who would protect him if he lived? Who would protect a warm-hearted, simple-minded gnome like Orr from rowdies and cliques, and from expert athletes like Appleby who had flies in their eyes and would walk right over him with swaggering conceit and self-assurance every chance they got? Yossarian worried frequently about Orr. Who would shield him against animosity and deceit, against people with ambition and the embittered snobbery of the big shot's wife, against the squalid, corrupting indignities of the profit motive and the friendly neighborhood butcher with inferior meat? Orr was a happy and unsuspecting simpleton, with a thick mass of wavy, polychromatic hair parted down the center. He would be mere child's play for them. They would take his money, screw his wife, and show no kindness to his children. Yossarian felt a flood of compassion sweep over him. Orr was an eccentric midget, a freakish, likable dwarf with a smutty mind and 1,000 valuable skills that would keep him in a low-income group all his life. He could use a soldering iron and hammer 2 boards together so that the wood did not split and the nails did not bend. He could drill holes. He had built a good deal more in the tent while Yossarian was away in the hospital. He had filed or chiseled a perfect channel in the cement so that the slender gasoline line was flush with the floor as it ran to the stove from the tank he had built outside on an elevated platform. He had constructed andirons for the fireplace out of excess bomb parts and had filled them with stout silver logs, and he had framed with stained wood the photographs of girls with big breasts he had torn out of cheesecake magazines and hung over the mantelpiece. Orr could open a can of paint. He could mix paint, thin paint, remove paint. He could chop wood and measure things with a ruler. He knew how to build fires. He could dig holes, and he had a real gift for bringing water for them both in cans of canteens from the tanks near the mess hall. He could engross himself in an inconsequential task for hours without growing restless or bored, as oblivious to fatigue as the stump of a tree, and almost as taciturn. He had an uncanny knowledge of wildlife, and was not afraid of dogs or cats or beetles or moths, or of foods like scrod or tripe. Yossarian sighed drearily and began brooding about the rumored mission to Bologna. The valve Orr was dismantling was about the size of a thumb and contained 37 separate parts, excluding the casing, many of them so minute that Orr was required to pinch them tightly between the tips of his fingernails as he placed them carefully on the floor in orderly catalogued rows, never quickening his movements or slowing them down, never tiring, never pausing in his relentless, methodical, monotonous procedure, unless it was to leer at Yossarian with maniacal mischief. Yossarian tried not to watch him. He counted the parts and thought he would go clear out of his mind. He turned away, shutting his eyes, but that was even worse, for now he had only the sounds, the tiny, maddening, indefatigable, distinct clicks and rustles of hands and weightless parts. Orr was breathing rhythmically with a noise that was stertorous and repulsive. Yossarian clenched his fists and looked at the long, bone-handled hunting knife hanging in a holster over the cot of the dead man in the tent. As soon as he thought of stabbing Orr, his tension eased. The idea of murdering Orr was so ridiculous that he began to consider it seriously with queer whimsy and fascination. He searched the nape of Orr's neck for the probable site of the medulla oblongata. Just the daintiest stick there would kill him, and solve so many serious, agonizing problems for them both. "Does it hurt?" Orr asked at precisely that moment, as though by protective instinct. Yossarian eyed him closely. "Does what hurt?" "Your leg," said Orr with a strange, mysterious laugh. "You still limp a little." "It's just a habit, I guess," said Yossarian, breathing again with relief. "I'll probably get over it soon." Orr rolled over sideways to the floor and came up on one knee, facing toward Yossarian. "Do you remember," he drawled reflectively, with an air of labored recollection, "that girl who was hitting me on the head that day in Rome?" He chuckled at Yossarian's involuntary exclamation of tricked annoyance. "I'll make a deal with you about that girl. I'll tell you why that girl was hitting me on the head with her shoe that day if you answer one question." "What's the question?" "Did you ever screw Nately's girl?" Yossarian laughed with surprise. "Me? No. Now tell me why that girl hit you with her shoe." "That wasn't the question," Orr informed him with victorious delight. "That was just conversation. She acts like you screwed her." "Well, I didn't. How does she act?" "She acts like she don't like you." "She doesn't like anyone." "She likes Captain Black," Orr reminded. "That's because he treats her like dirt. Anyone can get a girl that way." "She wears a slave bracelet on her leg with his name on it." "He makes her wear it to needle Nately." "She even gives him some of the money she gets from Nately." "Listen, what do you want from me?" "Did you ever screw my girl?" "Your girl? Who the hell is your girl?" "The one who hit me over the head with her shoe." "I've been with her a couple of times," Yossarian admitted. "Since when is she your girl? What are you getting at?" "She don't like you either." "What the hell do I care if she likes me or not? She likes me as much as she likes you." "Did she ever hit you over the head with her shoe?" "Or I'm tired. Why don't you leave me alone?" "How about that skinny countess in Rome and her skinny daughter-in-law?" Or persisted impishly with increasing zest. "Did you ever screw them?" Oh, I wish I could," sighed Yossarian honestly, imagining at the mere question the prurient, used, decaying feel in his petting hands of their teeny, pulpy buttocks and breasts. "They don't like you either," commented Orr. "They like Arfie, and they like Nately, but they don't like you. Women just don't seem to like you. I think they think you're a bad influence." "Women are crazy," Yossarian answered, and waited grimly for what he knew was coming next.
"How about that other girl of yours?" Orr asked with a pretense of pensive curiosity. "The fat one? The bald one? You know, that fat bald one in Sicily with the turban who kept sweating all over us all night long? Is she crazy too?"
"Didn't she like me either?"
"How could you do it to a girl with no hair?"
"How was I supposed to know she had no hair?"
"I knew it," Orr bragged. "I knew it all the time."
"You knew she was bald?" Yossarian exclaimed in wonder.
"No, I knew this valve wouldn't work if I left a part out," Orr answered, glowing with cranberry-red elation because he had just duped Yossarian again. "Will you please hand me that small composition gasket that rolled over there? It's right near your foot."
"No, it isn't."
"Right here," said Orr, and took hold of something invisible with the tips of his fingernails and held it up for Yossarian to see. "Now I'll have to start all over again."
"I'll kill you if you do. I'll murder you right on the spot."
"Why don't you ever fly with me?"
Orr asked suddenly, and looked straight into Yossarian's face for the first time.
"There, that's the question I want you to answer. Why don't you ever fly with me?"
Yossarian turned away with intense shame and embarrassment. "I told you why. They've got me flying lead bombardier most of the time." "That's not why," Orr said, shaking his head. "You went to Pilchard and Wren after the first Avignon mission and told them you didn't ever want to fly with me. That's why, isn't it?" Yossarian felt his skin turn hot.
"No, I didn't," he lied.
"Yes, you did," Orr insisted equably. "You asked them not to assign you to any plane piloted by me, Dobbs, or Hoople because you didn't have confidence in us at the controls. And Pilchard and Wren said they couldn't make an exception of you because it wouldn't be fair to the men who did have to fly with us."
"So?" said Yossarian. "It didn't make any difference then, did it?"
"But they've never made you fly with me." Orr, working on both knees again, was addressing Yossarian without bitterness or reproach, but with injured humility, which was infinitely more painful to observe, although he was still grinning and snickering as though the situation were comic. "You really ought to fly with me, you know. I'm a pretty good pilot, and I'd take care of you. I may get knocked down a lot, but that's not my fault, and nobody's ever been hurt in my plane. Yes, sir. If you had any brains, you know what you'd do? You'd go right to Pilchard and Wren and tell them you want to fly all your missions with me." Yossarian leaned forward and peered closely into Orr's inscrutable mask of contradictory emotions. "Are you trying to tell me something?" "Tee," Orr responded. "I'm trying to tell you why that big girl with the shoe was hitting me on the head that day. But you just won't let me."
"Tell me."
"Will you fly with me?" Yossarian laughed and shook his head.
"You'll only get knocked down into the water again."
Orr did get knocked down into the water again when the rumored mission to Bologna was flown, and he landed his single-engine plane with a smashing jar on the choppy, wind-swept waves tossing and falling below the warlike black thunderclouds mobilizing overhead. He was late getting out of the plane, and ended up alone in a raft that began drifting away from the men in the other raft, and was out of sight by the time the air-sea rescue launch came plowing up through the wind and splattering raindrops to take them aboard. Night was already falling by the time they were returned to the squadron. There was no word of Orr. "Don't worry," reassured Kid Sampson, still wrapped in the heavy blankets and raincoat in which he had been swaddled on the boat by his rescuers. "He's probably been picked up already if he didn't drown in that storm. It didn't last long. I bet he'll show up any minute." Yossarian walked back to his tent to wait for Orr to show up any minute, and lit a fire to make things warm for him. The stove worked perfectly, with a strong, robust blaze that could be raised or lowered by turning the tap Orr had finally finished repairing. A light rain was falling, drumming softly on the tent, the trees, the ground. Yossarian cooked a can of hot soup to have ready for Orr, and ate it all himself as the time passed. He hard-boiled some eggs for Orr, and ate those too. Then he ate a whole tin of cheddar cheese from a package of K-rations. Each time he caught himself worrying, he made himself remember that Orr could do everything, and broke into silent laughter at the picture of Orr in the raft as Sergeant Knight had described him, bent forward with a busy, preoccupied smile over the map and compass in his lap, stuffing one soaking wet chocolate bar after another into his grinning, tittering mouth as he paddled away dutifully through the lightning, thunder, and rain with the bright blue useless toy oar, the fishing line with dried bait trailing out behind him. Yossarian really had no doubt about Orr's ability to survive. If fish could be caught with that silly fishing line, Orr would catch them. And if it was codfish he was after, then Orr would catch a codfish, even though no codfish had ever been caught in those waters before. Yossarian put another can of soup up to cook and ate that too when it was hot. Every time a car door slammed, he broke into a hopeful smile and turned expectantly toward the entrance, listening for footsteps. He knew that any moment Orr would come walking into the tent, with big, glistening, rain-soaked eyes, cheeks, and buck teeth, looking ludicrously like a jolly New England oysterman in a yellow oilskin rain hat and slicker numerous sizes too large for him, and holding up proudly for Yossarian's amusement a great dead codfish he had caught. But he didn't. Chapter 29. Peckham. There was no word about Orr the next day, And Sergeant Whitcomb, with commendable dispatch and considerable hope, dropped a reminder in his tickler file to send a form letter over Colonel Cathcart's signature to Orr's next of kin when 9 more days had elapsed. There was word from General Peckham's headquarters, though, and Yossarian was drawn to the crowd of officers and enlisted men in shorts and bathing trunks, buzzing in grumpy confusion around the bulletin board just outside the orderly room.
What's so different about this Sunday? I want to know.
Hungry Joe was demanding vociferously of Chief White Halfoat.
Why won't we have a parade this Sunday when we don't have a parade every Sunday? Huh?
Yossarian worked his way through to the front and let out a long, agonized groan when he read the terse announcement there. Due to circumstances beyond my control, there will be no big parade this Sunday afternoon. Colonel Scheiskopf. Dobbs was right. They were indeed sending everyone overseas, even Lieutenant Scheiskopf, who had resisted the move with all the vigor and wisdom at his command, and who reported for duty at General Peckham's office in a mood of grave discontent. General Peckham welcomed Colonel Scheiskopf with effusive charm and said he was delighted to have him. An additional colonel on his staff meant that he could now begin agitating for 2 additional majors, 4 additional captains, 16 additional lieutenants, and untold quantities of additional enlisted men, typewriters, desks, filing cabinets, automobiles, and other substantial equipment and supplies that would contribute to the prestige of his position and increase his striking power in the war he had declared against General Dreedel. He now had 2 full colonels. General Dreedel had only 5, and 4 of those were combat commanders. With almost no intriguing at all, General Peckham had executed a maneuver that would eventually double his strength, and General Dreedel was getting drunk more often. The future looked wonderful, and General Peckham contemplated his bright new colonel enchantedly with an effulgent smile. In all matters of consequence, General P. Peckham was, as he always remarked when he was about to criticize the work of some close associate publicly, a realist. He was a handsome, pink-skinned man of 53. His manner was always casual and relaxed, and his uniforms were custom-made. He had silver-gray hair, slightly myopic eyes, and thin, overhanging, sensual lips. He was a perceptive, graceful, sophisticated man who was sensitive to everyone's weaknesses but his own, and found everyone absurd but himself. General Peckham laid great fastidious stress on small matters of taste and style. He was always augmenting things. Approaching events were never coming, but always upcoming. It was not true that he wrote memorandums praising himself and recommending that his authority be enhanced to include all combat operations. He wrote memoranda. And the prose in the memoranda of other officers was always turgid, stilted, or ambiguous. The errors of others were inevitably deplorable. Regulations were stringent, and his data never was obtained from a reliable source, but always were obtained. General Peckham was frequently constrained. Things were often incumbent upon him, and he frequently acted with greatest reluctance. It never escaped his memory that neither black nor white was a color, and he never used verbal when he meant oral. He could quote glibly from Plato, Nietzsche, Montaigne, Theodore Roosevelt, the Marquis de Sade, and Warren G. Harding. A virgin audience like Colonel Scheiskopf was grist for General Peckham's mill, a stimulating opportunity to throw open his whole dazzling, erudite treasure house of puns, wisecracks, slanders, homilies, anecdotes, proverbs, epigrams, apothegms, bombos, and other pungent sayings. He beamed urbanely as he began orienting Colonel Scheiskopf to his new surroundings. "My only fault," he observed with practiced good humor, watching for the effect of his words, "is that I have no faults." Colonel Scheiskopf didn't laugh, and General Peckham was stunned. A heavy doubt crushed his enthusiasm. He had just opened with one of his most trusted paradoxes, and he was positively alarmed that not the slightest flicker of acknowledgment had moved across that impervious face, which began to remind him suddenly in hue and texture of an unused soap eraser. Perhaps Colonel Scheiskopf was tired, General Peckham granted to himself charitably. He had come a long way, and everything was unfamiliar. General Peckham's attitude toward all the personnel in his command, officers and enlisted men, was marked by the same easy spirit of tolerance and permissiveness. He mentioned often that if the people who worked for him met him halfway, he would meet them more than halfway. with the result, as he always added with an astute chuckle, that there was never any meeting of the minds at all. General Peckham thought of himself as aesthetic and intellectual. When people disagreed with him, he urged them to be objective. And it was indeed an objective Peckham who gazed at Colonel Scheisskopf encouragingly and resumed his indoctrination with an attitude of magnanimous forgiveness. "You've come to us just in time, Scheisskopf. The summer offensive has petered out, thanks to the incompetent leadership with which we supply our troops, and I have a crying need for a tough, experienced, competent officer like you to help produce the memoranda upon which we rely so heavily, to let people know how good we are and how much work we're turning out. I hope you are a prolific writer."
"I don't know anything about writing," Colonel Scheisskopf retorted sullenly.
"Well, don't let that trouble you," General Peckham continued with a careless flick of his wrist. "Just pass the work I assign you along to somebody else and trust to luck. We call that delegation of responsibility. Somewhere down near the lowest level of this coordinated organization I run are people who do get the work done when it reaches them, and everything manages to run along smoothly without too much effort on my part. I suppose that's because I am a good executive. Nothing we do in this large department of ours is really very important, and there's never any rush. On the other hand, it is important that we let people know we do a great deal of it. Let me know if you find yourself short-handed. I've already put in a requisition for 2 majors, 4 captains, and 16 lieutenants to give you a hand. While none of the work we do is very important, it is important that we do a great deal of it. Don't you agree?"
"What about the parades?" Colonel Scheisskopf broke in.
"What parades?" inquired General Peckham, with the feeling that his polish just wasn't getting across.
"Won't I be able to conduct parades every Sunday afternoon?" Colonel Scheisskopf demanded petulantly.
"No, of course not. Whatever gave you that idea?"
"But they said I could."
"Who said you could?"
"The officers who sent me overseas. They told me I'd be able to march the men around in parades all I wanted to."
"Well, they lied to you."
"That wasn't fair, sir."
"I'm sorry, Scheisskopf. I'm willing to do everything I can to make you happy here, but parades are out of the question. We don't have enough men in our own organization to make up much of a parade, and the combat units would rise up in open rebellion if we tried to make them march. I'm afraid you'll just have to hold back a while until we get control. Then you can do what you want with the men."
"What about my wife?" Colonel Scheisskopf demanded with disgruntled suspicion. "I'll still be able to send for her, won't I?"
"Your wife? Why in the world should you want to?"
"A husband and wife should be together."
"Well, that's out of the question also."
"But they said I could send for her."
"They lied to you again."
"They had no right to lie to me,"
Colonel Scheisskopf protested, his eyes wetting with indignation. "Of course they had a right," General Peckham snapped with cold and calculated severity, resolving right then and there to test the mettle of his new colonel under fire. "Don't be such an ass, Scheisskopf. People have a right to do anything that's not forbidden by law, and there's no law against lying to you. Now don't ever waste my time with such sentimental platitudes again, do you hear?"
"Yes, sir," murmured Colonel Scheisskopf.
Colonel Scheisskopf wilted pathetically, and General Peckham blessed the fates that had sent him a weakling for a subordinate. A man of spunk would have been unthinkable. Having won, General Peckham relented. He did not enjoy humiliating his men. "If your wife were a whack, I could probably have her transferred here, but that's the most I can do."
"She has a friend who's a whack," Colonel Scheisskopf offered hopefully.
"I'm afraid that isn't good enough. Have Mrs. Scheisskopf join the whacks if she wants to, and I'll bring her over here. But in the meantime, my dear Colonel, let's get back to our little war, if we may. Here, briefly, is the military situation that confronts us." General Peckham rose and moved toward a rotary of enormous colored maps. Colonel Scheisskopf blanched.
"We're not going into combat, are we?" he blurted out in horror.
"Oh, no, of course not," General Peckham assured him indulgently with a companionable laugh. "Please give me some credit, won't you? That's why we're still down here in Rome. Certainly I'd like to be up in Florence, too, where I could keep in closer touch with XPFC Wintergreen, but Florence is still a bit too near the actual fighting to suit me." General Peckham lifted a wooden pointer and swept the rubber tip cheerfully across Italy from one coast to the other. "These, Scheiskopf, are the Germans. They're dug into these mountains very solidly in the Gothic line and won't be pushed out till late next spring, although that isn't going to stop those clods we have in charge from trying. That gives us in Special Services almost 9 months to achieve our objective. And that objective is to capture every bomber group in the U.S. Air Force. After all," said General Peckham with his low, well-modulated chuckle, "if dropping bombs on the enemy isn't a special service, I wonder what in the world is. Don't you agree?" Colonel Scheiskopf gave no indication that he did agree, but General Peckham was already too entranced with his own loquacity to notice. "Our position now is excellent. Reinforcements like yourself keep arriving, and we have more than enough time to plan our entire strategy carefully. Our immediate goal," he said, "is right here." And General Peckham swung his pointer south to the island of Pianosa and tapped it significantly upon a large word that had been lettered on there with black grease pencil. The word was Dreidel. Colonel Scheiskopf, squinting, moved very close to the map, and for the first time since he entered the room, a light of comprehension shed a dim glow over his stolid face. "Oh, I think I understand," he exclaimed. "Yes, I know I understand. Our first job is to capture Dreidel away from the enemy, right?" General Peckham laughed benignly. "No, Scheiskopf. Dreidel's on our side, and Dreidel is the enemy. General Dreidel commands 4 bomb groups that we simply must capture in order to continue our offensive. Conquering General Dreidel will give us the aircraft and vital bases we need to carry our operations into other areas. And that battle, by the way, is just about won." General Peckham drifted toward the window, laughing quietly again, and settled back against the sill with his arms folded, greatly satisfied by his own wit and by his knowledgeable blasé impudence. The skilled choice of words he was exercising was exquisitely titillating. General Peckham liked listening to himself talk, liked most of all listening to himself talk about himself. "General Dreidel simply doesn't know how to cope with me," he gloated. "I keep invading his jurisdiction with comments and criticisms that are really none of my business, and he doesn't know what to do about it. When he accuses me of seeking to undermine him, I merely answer that my only purpose in calling attention to his errors is to strengthen our war effort by eliminating inefficiency. Then I ask him innocently if he's opposed to improving our war effort. Oh, he grumbles, and he bristles, and he bellows, but he's really quite helpless. He's simply out of style. He's turning into quite a souse, you know. The poor blockhead shouldn't even be a general. He has no tone at all. Thank God he isn't going to last." General Peckham chuckled with jaunty relish and sailed smoothly along toward a favorite learned allusion. "I sometimes think of myself as Fortinbras in the play Hamlet by William Shakespeare, who just keeps circling and circling around the action until everything else falls apart, and then strolls in at the end to pick up all the pieces for himself. Shakespeare is—" "I don't know anything about plays," Colonel Scheiskopf broke in bluntly. General Peckham looked at him with amazement. Never before had a reference of his to Shakespeare's hallowed Hamlet been ignored and trampled upon with such rude indifference. He began to wonder with genuine concern just what sort of shithead the Pentagon had foisted on him. "What do you know about?" he asked acidly. "Parades," answered Colonel Scheiskopf eagerly. "Will I be able to send out memos about parades?" "As long as you don't schedule any," General Peckham returned to his chair, still wearing a frown. "And as long as they don't interfere with your main assignment of recommending that the authority of Special Services be expanded to include combat activities." "Can I schedule parades and then call them off?" General Peckham brightened instantly. "Why, that's a wonderful idea, but just send out weekly announcements postponing the parades. Don't even bother to schedule them. That would be infinitely more disconcerting." General Peckham was blossoming spryly with cordiality again. "Yes, Scheiskopf," he said. "I think you've really hit on something. After all, what combat commander could possibly quarrel with us for notifying his men that there won't be a parade that coming Sunday? We'd be merely stating a widely known fact. But the implication is beautiful. Yes, positively beautiful. We're implying that we could schedule a parade if we chose to. I'm going to like you, Shaiskov. Stop in and introduce yourself to Colonel Cargill and tell him what you're up to. I know you two will like each other. Colonel Cargill came storming into General Peckham's office a minute later in a furor of timid resentment.
"I've been here longer than Shaiskov," he complained. "Why can't I be the one to call off the parades?"
Because Shaiskov has experience with parades and you haven't. You can call off USO shows if you want to. In fact, why don't you? Just think of all the places that won't be getting a USO show on any given day. Think of all the places each big-name entertainer won't be visiting. Yes, Cargill, I think you've hit on something. I think you've just thrown open a whole new area of operation for us. Tell Colonel Shaiskov I want him to work along under your supervision on this, and send him in to see me when you're through giving him instructions.
"Colonel Cargill says you told him you want me to work along under his supervision on the USO project," Colonel Shaiskov complained.
"I told him no such thing," answered General Peckham. "Confidentially, Shaiskov, I'm not too happy with Colonel Cargill. He's bossy and he's slow. I'd like you to keep a close eye on what he's doing and see if you can't get a little more work out of him."
"He keeps butting in," Colonel Cargill protested. "He won't let me get any work done."
"Well, there's something very funny about Shaiskov," General Peckham agreed reflectively. "Keep a very close eye on him and see if you can't find out what he's up to."
"No, he's butting into my business,"
Colonel Shaiskov cried. "Oh, don't let it worry you, Shaiskov," said General Peckham, congratulating himself on how adeptly he had fit Colonel Shaiskov into his standard method of operation. Already his two colonels were barely on speaking terms. "Colonel Cargill envies you because of the splendid job you're doing on parades. He's afraid I'm going to put you in charge of bomb patterns." Colonel Shaiskov was all ears.
"What are bomb patterns?"
"Bomb patterns?" General Peckham repeated, twinkling with self-satisfied good humor. "A bomb pattern is a term I dreamed up just several weeks ago. It means nothing, but you'd be surprised at how rapidly it's caught on. Why, I've got all sorts of people convinced I think it's important for the bombs to explode close together and make a neat aerial photograph. There's one colonel in Pianosa who's hardly concerned anymore with whether he hits the target or not. Let's fly over and have some fun with him today. It will make Colonel Cargill jealous, and I learned from Wintergreen this morning that General Dreedel will be off in Sardinia. It drives General Dreedel insane to find out I've been inspecting one of his installations while he's been off inspecting another. We may even get there in time for the briefing. They'll be bombing a tiny, undefended village, reducing the whole community to rubble. I have it from Wintergreen. Wintergreen's an ex-sergeant now, by the way, that the mission is entirely unnecessary. Its only purpose is to delay German reinforcements at a time when we aren't even planning an offensive. But that's the way things go when you elevate mediocre people to positions of authority." He gestured languidly toward his gigantic map of Italy. "Why, this tiny mountain village is so insignificant that it isn't even there." They arrived at Colonel Cathcart's group too late to attend the preliminary briefing and hear Major Danby insist. "But it is there, I tell you. It's there. It's there." "It's where?" Dunbar demanded defiantly, pretending not to see. "Oh, it's right there on the map where this road makes this slight turn. Can't you see this slight turn on your map?" "No, I can't see it." "Well, I can see it," volunteered Havermeyer, and marked the spot on Dunbar's map. "And here's a good picture of the village right on these photographs. I understand the whole thing. The purpose of the mission is to knock the whole village sliding down the side of the mountain and create a roadblock that the Germans will have to clear. Is that right?" "That's right," said Major Danby, mopping his perspiring forehead with his handkerchief. "I'm glad somebody here is beginning to understand. These two armored divisions will be coming down from Austria into Italy along this road. The village is built on such a steep incline that all the rubble from the houses and other buildings you destroy will certainly tumble right down and pile upon the road." "What the hell difference will it make?" Dunbar wanted to know, as Yossarian watched him excitedly with a mixture of awe and adulation. "It will only take them a couple of days to clear it." Major Danby was trying to avoid an argument. Well, it apparently makes some difference to headquarters, he answered in a conciliatory tone. I suppose that's why they ordered the mission. Had the people in the village been warned? Asked McWatt. Major Danby was dismayed that McWatt, too, was registering opposition. No, I don't think so. Haven't we dropped any leaflets telling them that this time we'll be flying over to hit them? Asked Yossarian. Can't we even tip them off so they'll get out of the way? No, I don't think so. Major Danby was sweating some more and still shifting his eyes about uneasily. The Germans might find out and choose another road. I'm not sure about any of this. I'm just making assumptions. They won't even take shelter, Dunbar argued bitterly. They'll pour out into the streets to wave when they see our planes coming, all the children and dogs and old people. Jesus Christ! Why can't we leave them alone? Well, why can't we create the roadblock somewhere else? Asked McWatt. Why must it be there? I don't know, Major Danby answered unhappily. I don't know. Look, fellows, we've got to have some confidence in the people above us who issue our orders. They know what they're doing. The hell they do, said Dunbar. What's the trouble? Inquired Colonel Corn, moving leisurely across the briefing room with his hands in his pockets and his tan shirt baggy. Oh, no trouble, Colonel, said Major Danby, trying nervously to cover up. We're just discussing the mission. They don't want to bomb the village, Havermeyer snickered, giving Major Danby away. You prick, Yossarian said to Havermeyer. You leave Havermeyer alone, Colonel Corn ordered Yossarian curtly. He recognized Yossarian as the drunk who had accosted him roughly at the officers' club one night before the first mission to Bologna, and he swung his displeasure prudently to Dunbar. Why don't you want to bomb the village? It's cruel. That's why. Cruel? Asked Colonel Corn with cold good humor, frightened only momentarily by the uninhibited vehemence of Dunbar's hostility. Would it be any less cruel to let those 2 German divisions down to fight with our troops? American lives are at stake, too, you know. Would you rather see American blood spilled? American blood is being spilled, but those people are living up there in peace. Why can't we leave them the hell alone? Yes, it's easy for you to talk, Colonel Corn jeered. You're safe here in Pianosa. It won't make any difference to you when these German reinforcements arrive, will it? Dunbar turned crimson with embarrassment and replied in a voice that was suddenly defensive. Why can't we create the roadblock somewhere else? Couldn't we bomb the slope of a mountain or the road itself? Would you rather go back to Bologna? The question, asked quietly, rang out like a shot and created a silence in the room that was awkward and menacing. Yossarian prayed intensely, with shame, that Dunbar would keep his mouth shut. Dunbar dropped his gaze, and Colonel Corn knew he had won. No, I thought not, he continued with undisguised scorn. You know, Colonel Cathcart and I have to go to a lot of trouble to get you a milk run like this. If you'd sooner fly missions to Bologna, Spezia, and Ferrara, we can get those targets with no trouble at all. His eyes gleamed dangerously behind his rimless glasses, and his muddy jowls were square and hard. Just let me know. I would, responded Havermeyer eagerly with another boastful snicker. I like to fly into Bologna straight and level with my head in the bomb sight and listen to all that flak pumping away all around me. I get a big kick out of the way the men come charging over to me after the mission and call me dirty names. Even the enlisted men get sore enough to curse me and want to take socks at me. Colonel Corn chucked Havermeyer under the chin jovially, ignoring him, and then addressed himself to Dunbar and Yossarian in a dry monotone. You've got my sacred word for it. Nobody is more distressed about those lousy wops up in the hills than Colonel Cathcart and myself. Mais c'est la guerre. Try to remember that we didn't start the war, and Italy did, that we weren't the aggressors, and Italy was, and that we couldn't possibly inflict as much cruelty on the Italians, Germans, Russians, and Chinese as they're already inflicting on themselves. Colonel Corn gave Major Danby's shoulder a friendly squeeze without changing his unfriendly expression. Carry on with the briefing, Danby, and make sure they understand the importance of a tight bomb pattern. Oh, no, Colonel," Major Danby blurted out, blinking upward. "Not for this target. I've told them to space their bombs 60 feet apart so that we'll have a roadblock the full length of the village instead of in just one spot. It will be a much more effective roadblock with a loose bomb pattern." "We don't care about the roadblock," Colonel Corn informed him. "Colonel Cathcart wants to come out of this mission with a good, clean aerial photograph he won't be ashamed to send through channels. Don't forget that General Peckham will be here for the full briefing, and you know how he feels about bomb patterns. Incidentally, Major, you'd better hurry up with these details and clear out before he gets here. General Peckham can't stand you." Oh, no, Colonel," Major Danby corrected obligingly. "It's General Dreedle who can't stand me." "General Peckham can't stand you either. In fact, no one can stand you. Finish what you're doing, Danby, and disappear. I'll conduct the briefing."
"Where's Major Danby?"
Colonel Cathcart inquired after he had driven up for the full briefing with General Peckham and Colonel Scheisskopf. "He asked permission to leave as soon as he saw you driving up," answered Colonel Corn. "He's afraid General Peckham doesn't like him. I was going to conduct the briefing anyway. I do a much better job."
"Splendid,"
said Colonel Cathcart.
"You know,"
Colonel Cathcart countermanded himself an instant later when he remembered how good a job Colonel Corn had done before General Dreedle at the First Avignon briefing.
"I'll do it myself."
Colonel Cathcart braced himself with the knowledge that he was one of General Peckham's favorites, and took charge of the meeting, snapping his words out crisply to the attentive audience of subordinate officers with the bluff and dispassionate toughness he had picked up from General Dreedle. He knew he cut a fine figure there on the platform with his open shirt collar, his cigarette holder, and his close-cropped, gray-tipped, curly black hair. He breezed along beautifully, even emulating certain characteristic mispronunciations of General Dreedle's, and he was not the least bit intimidated by General Peckham's new colonel until he suddenly recalled that General Peckham detested General Dreedle. Then his voice cracked, and all confidence left him. He stumbled ahead through instinct in burning humiliation. He was suddenly in terror of Colonel Scheisskopf. Another colonel in the area meant another rival, another enemy, another person who hated him. And this one was tough. A horrifying thought occurred to Colonel Cathcart. Suppose Colonel Scheisskopf had already bribed all the men in the room to begin moaning, as they had done at the First Avignon mission. How could he silence them? Oh, what a terrible black eye that would be! Colonel Cathcart was seized with such fright that he almost beckoned to Colonel Corn. Somehow he held himself together and synchronized the watches. When he had done that, he knew he had won, for he could end now at any time. He had come through in a crisis. He wanted to laugh in Colonel Scheisskopf's face with triumph and spite. He had proved himself brilliantly under pressure, and he concluded the briefing with an inspiring peroration that every instinct told him was a masterful exhibition of eloquent tact and subtlety.
"Now, men," he exhorted, "we have with us today a very distinguished guest, General Peckham from Special Services, the man who gives us all our softball bats, comic books, and USO shows. I want to dedicate this mission to him. Go on out there and bomb. For me, for your country, for God, and for that great American, General P. Peckham. And let's see you put all those bombs on a dime."
Chapter 30. Dunbar. Yossarian no longer gave a damn where his bombs fell, although he did not go as far as Dunbar, who dropped his bombs hundreds of yards past the village and would face a court-martial if it could ever be shown he had done it deliberately. Without a word even to Yossarian, Dunbar had washed his hands of the mission. The fall in the hospital had either shown him the light or scrambled his brains. It was impossible to say which. Dunbar seldom laughed any more and seemed to be wasting away. He snarled belligerently at superior officers, even at Major Danby, and was crude and surly and profane even in front of the chaplain, who was afraid of Dunbar now and seemed to be wasting away also. The chaplain's pilgrimage to Wintergreen had proved abortive. Another shrine was empty. Wintergreen was too busy to see the chaplain himself. A brash assistant brought the chaplain a stolen Zippo cigarette lighter as a gift and informed him condescendingly that Wintergreen was too deeply involved with wartime activities to concern himself with matters so trivial as the number of missions men had to fly. The chaplain worried about Dunbar, and brooded more over Yossarian now that Aura was gone. To the chaplain, who lived by himself in a spacious tent, whose pointy top sealed him in gloomy solitude each night like the cap of a tomb, it seemed incredible that Yossarian really preferred living alone and wanted no roommates. As a lead bombardier again, Yossarian had McWatt for a pilot, and that was one consolation, although he was still so utterly undefended. There was no way to fight back. He could not even see McWatt and the co-pilot from his post in the nose. All he could ever see was Arfie, with whose fustian, moon-faced ineptitude he had finally lost all patience, and there were minutes of agonizing fury and frustration in the sky when he hungered to be demoted again to a wing plane with a loaded machine gun in the compartment, instead of the precision bomb sight that he really had no need for. A powerful, heavy, 50-caliber machine gun he could seize vengefully in both hands and turn loose savagely against all the demons tyrannizing him, at the smoky black puffs of the flak itself, at the German anti-aircraft gunners below whom he could not even see and could not possibly harm with his machine gun, even if he ever did take the time to open fire, at Havermeyer and Appleby in the lead plane for their fearless, straight and level bomb run on the second mission to Bologna, where the flak from 224 cannons had knocked out one of Orr's engines for the very last time, and sent him down ditching into the sea between Genoa and La Spezia just before the brief thunderstorm broke. Actually, there was not much he could do with that powerful machine gun except load it and test-fire a few rounds. It was no more use to him than the bomb sight. He could really cut loose with it against attacking German fighters, but there were no German fighters anymore, and he could not even swing it all the way around into the helpless faces of pilots like Hoople and Dobbs and order them back down carefully to the ground, as he had once ordered Kid Sampson back down, which is exactly what he did want to do to Dobbs and Hoople on the hideous first mission to Avignon the moment he realized the fantastic pickle he was in, the moment he found himself aloft in a wing plane with Dobbs and Hoople in a flight headed by Havermeyer and Appleby. Dobbs and Hoople? Hoople and Dobbs? Who were they? What preposterous madness to float in thin air 2 miles high on an inch or two of metal, sustained from death by the meager skill and intelligence of 2 vapid strangers, a beardless kid named Hoople and a nervous nut like Dobbs, who really did go nuts right there in the plane, running amuck over the target without leaving his co-pilot's seat and grabbing the controls from Hoople to plunge them all down into that chilling dive that tore Yossarian's headset loose and brought them right back inside the dense flak from which they had almost escaped. The next thing he knew, another stranger, a radio gunner named Snowden, was dying in back. It was impossible to be positive that Dobbs had killed him, but when Yossarian plugged his headset back in, Dobbs was already on the intercom pleading for someone to go up front and help the bombardier. And almost immediately Snowden broke in, whimpering, "Help me. Please help me. I'm cold. I'm cold." And Yossarian crawled slowly out of the nose and up on top of the bomb bay, and wriggled back into the rear section of the plane, passing the first aid kit on the way that he had to return for, to treat Snowden for the wrong wound, the yawning, raw, melon-shaped hole as big as a football in the outside of his thigh, the unsevered blood-soaked muscle fibers inside pulsating weirdly like blind things with lives of their own, the oval, naked wound that was almost a foot long, and made Yossarian moan in shock and sympathy the instant he spied it and nearly made him vomit. And the small, slight tail gunner was lying on the floor beside Snowden in a dead faint, his face as white as a handkerchief, so that Yossarian sprang forward with revulsion to help him first. Yes, in the long run he was much safer flying with McWatt, and he was not even safe with McWatt, who loved flying too much and went buzzing boldly inches off the ground with Yossarian in the nose on the way back from the training flight to break in the new bombardier and the whole replacement crew Colonel Cathcart had obtained after Orr was lost. The practice bomb range was on the other side of Pianosa, and flying back, McWatt edged the belly of the lazing, slow-cruising plane just over the crest of mountains in the middle, and then, instead of maintaining altitude, jolted both engines open all the way, lurched up on one side, and to Yossarian's astonishment, began following the falling land down as fast as the plane would go, wagging his wings gaily and skimming with a massive, grinding, hammering roar over each rocky rise and dip of the rolling terrain like a dizzy gull over wild brown waves. Yossarian was petrified. The new bombardier beside him sat demurely with a bewitched grin and kept whistling, "Whee!" And Yossarian wanted to reach out and crush his idiotic face with one hand as he flinched and flung himself away from the boulders and hillocks and lashing branches of trees that loomed up above him out in front and rushed past just underneath in a sinking, streaking blur. No one had a right to take such frightful risks with his life. "Go up! "Go up! Go up!" he shouted frantically at McWatt, hating him venomously. But McWatt was singing buoyantly over the intercom and probably couldn't hear. Yossarian, blazing with rage and almost sobbing for revenge, hurled himself down into the crawlway and fought his way through against the dragging weight of gravity and inertia until he arrived at the main section and pulled himself up to the flight deck, to stand trembling behind McWatt in the pilot's seat. He looked desperately about for a gun, a gray-black .45 automatic that he could cock and ram right up against the base of McWatt's skull. There was no gun. There was no hunting knife either, and no other weapon with which he could bludgeon or stab, and Yossarian grasped and jerked the collar of McWatt's coveralls in tightening fists and shouted to him to go up, go up. The land was still swimming by underneath and flashing by overhead on both sides. McWatt looked back at Yossarian and laughed joyfully as though Yossarian was sharing his fun. Yossarian slid both hands around McWatt's bare throat and squeezed. McWatt turned stiff. "Go up," Yossarian ordered unmistakably through his teeth in a low, menacing voice, "or I'll kill you." Rigid with caution, McWatt cut the motors back and climbed gradually. Yossarian's hands weakened on McWatt's neck and slid down off his shoulders to dangle inertly. He was not angry any more. He was ashamed. When McWatt turned, he was sorry the hands were his, and wished there were some place where he could bury them. They felt dead. McWatt gazed at him deeply. There was no friendliness in his stare. "Boy," he said coldly, "you sure must be in pretty bad shape. You ought to go home." "They won't let me," Yossarian answered with averted eyes, and crept away. Yossarian stepped down from the flight deck and seated himself on the floor, hanging his head with guilt and remorse. He was covered with sweat. McWatt set course directly back toward the field. Yossarian wondered whether McWatt would now go to the operations tent to see Pilchard and Wren and request that Yossarian never be assigned to his plane again, just as Yossarian had gone surreptitiously to speak to them about Dobbs and Hoople and Orr and, unsuccessfully, about Arfie. He had never seen McWatt look displeased before, had never seen him in any but the most light-hearted mood, and he wondered whether he had just lost another friend. But McWatt winked at him reassuringly as he climbed down from the plane, and joshed hospitably with the credulous new pilot and bombardier during the jeep ride back to the squadron, although he did not address a word to Yossarian until all four had returned their parachutes and separated, and the two of them were walking side by side toward their own row of tents. Then McWatt's sparsely freckled, tan, Scotch-Irish face broke suddenly into a smile, and he dug his knuckles playfully into Yossarian's ribs as though throwing a punch. "You louse," he laughed. "Were you really going to kill me up there?" Yossarian grinned penitently and shook his head. "No, I don't think so. I didn't realize you got it so bad. Boy, why didn't you talk to somebody about it?" "I talked to everybody about it. What the hell's the matter with you? Don't you ever hear me? I guess I never really believed you. Aren't you ever afraid? Well, maybe I ought to be. Not even on the missions? I guess I just don't have brains enough." McWatt laughed sheepishly. "There are so many ways for me to get killed," Yossarian commented. "And you had to find one more." McWatt smiled again. "Say, I bet it must really scare you when I buzz your Ted, huh?" "It scares me to death. I've told you that." "I thought it was just the noise you were complaining about." McWatt made a resigned shrug. "Oh well, what the hell," he sang. "I guess I'll just have to give it up." But McWatt was incorrigible, and while he never buzzed Yossarian's tent again, he never missed an opportunity to buzz the beach and roar like a fearsome, low-flying thunderbolt over the raft in the water and the secluded hollow in the sand where Yossarian lay feeling up Nurse Duckett, or playing hearts, poker, or pinochle with Nately Dunbar and Hungry Joe. Yossarian met Nurse Duckett almost every afternoon that both were free, and came with her to the beach on the other side of the narrow swell of shoulder-high dunes, separating them from the area in which the other officers and enlisted men went swimming nude. Nately Dunbar and Hungry Joe would come there too. McWatt would occasionally join them, and often Arfie, who always arrived pudgily in full uniform and never moved any of his clothing but his shoes and his hat. Arfie never went swimming, The other men wore swimming trunks in deference to Nurse Ducat, and in deference also to Nurse Kramer, who accompanied Nurse Ducat and Yossarian to the beach every time and sat haughtily by herself 10 yards away. No one but Arfie ever made reference to the naked men sunbathing in full view farther down the beach, or jumping and diving from the enormous whitewashed raft that bobbed on empty oil drums out beyond the silt sand. Nurse Kramer sat by herself because she was angry with Yossarian and disappointed in Nurse Ducat. Nurse Sue-Ann Ducat despised Arfie, and that was another one of the numerous fetching traits about Nurse Ducat that Yossarian enjoyed. He enjoyed Nurse Sue-Ann Ducat's long white legs and supple callipygus ass. He often neglected to remember that she was quite slim and fragile from the waist up, and hurt her unintentionally in moments of passion when he hugged her too roughly. He loved her manner of sleepy acquiescence when they lay on the beach at dusk. He drew solace and sedation from her nearness. He had a craving to touch her always, to remain always in physical communication. He liked to encircle her ankle loosely with his fingers as he played cards with Nately Dunbar and Hungry Joe, to lightly and lovingly caress the downy skin of her fair, smooth thigh with the backs of his nails, or dreamily, sensuously, almost unconsciously, slide his proprietary, respectful hand up the shell-like ridge of her spine, beneath the elastic strap of the top of the two-piece bathing suit she always wore to contain and cover her tiny, long-nippled breasts. He loved Nurse Ducat's serene, flattered response, the sense of attachment to him she displayed proudly. Hungry Joe had a craving to feel Nurse Ducat up, too, and was restrained more than once by Yossarian's forbidding glower. Nurse Ducat flirted with Hungry Joe just to keep him in heat, and her round, light-brown eyes glimmered with mischief every time Yossarian rapped her sharply with his elbow or fist to make her stop. The men played cards on a towel, undershirt, or blanket, and Nurse Ducat mixed the extra deck of cards, sitting with her back resting against a sand dune. When she was not shuffling the extra deck of cards, she sat squinting into a tiny pocket mirror, brushing mascara on her curling reddish eyelashes in a bird-brained effort to make them longer permanently. Occasionally she was able to stack the cards or spoil the deck in a way they did not discover until they were well into the game, and she laughed and glowed with blissful gratification when they all hurled their cards down disgustedly and began punching her sharply on the arms or legs as they called her filthy names and warned her to stop fooling around. She would prattle nonsensically when they were striving hardest to think, and a pink flush of elation crept into her cheeks when they gave her more sharp raps on the arms and legs with their fists and told her to shut up. Nurse Ducat reveled in such attention and ducked her short chestnut bangs with joy when Yossarian and the others focused upon her. It gave her a peculiar feeling of warm and expectant well-being to know that so many naked boys and men were idling close by on the other side of the sand dunes. She had only to stretch her neck or rise on some pretext to see 20 or 40 undressed males lounging or playing ball in the sunlight. Her own body was such a familiar and unremarkable thing to her that she was puzzled by the convulsive ecstasy men could take from it, by the intense and amusing need they had merely to touch it, to reach out urgently and press it, squeeze it, pinch it, rub it. She did not understand Yossarian's lust, but she was willing to take his word for it. Evenings, when Yossarian felt horny, he brought Nurse Ducat to the beach with 2 blankets and enjoyed making love to her with most of their clothes on more than he sometimes enjoyed making love to all the vigorous, bare, amoral girls in Rome. Frequently they went to the beach at night and did not make love, but just lay shivering between the blankets against each other to ward off the brisk, damp chill. The ink-black nights were turning cold, the stars frosty and fewer. The raft swayed in the ghostly trail of moonlight and seemed to be sailing away. A marked hint of cold weather penetrated the air. Other men were just starting to build stoves and came to Yossarian's tent during the day to marvel at Orr's workmanship. It thrilled Nurse Ducat rapturously that Yossarian could not keep his hands off her when they were together, although she would not let him slip them inside her bathing shorts during the day when anyone was near enough to see, not even when the only witness was Nurse Kramer, who sat on the other side of her sand dune with her reproving nose in the air and pretended not to see anything. Nurse Kramer had stopped speaking to Nurse Ducat, her best friend, because of her liaison with Yossarian, but still went everywhere with Nurse Ducat since Nurse Ducat was her best friend. She did not approve of Yossarian or his friends. When they stood up and went swimming with Nurse Ducat, Nurse Kramer stood up and went swimming too, maintaining the same 10-yard distance between them and maintaining her silence, snubbing them even in the water. When they laughed and splashed, she laughed and splashed. When they dived, she dived. When they swam to the sandbar and rested, Nurse Kramer swam to the sandbar and rested. When they came out, she came out, dried her shoulders with her own towel, and seated herself aloofly in her own spot, her back rigid and a ring of reflected sunlight burnishing her light blonde hair like a halo. Nurse Kramer was prepared to begin talking to Nurse Ducket again if she repented and apologized. Nurse Ducket preferred things the way they were. For a long time she'd wanted to give Nurse Kramer a rap to make her shut up. Nurse Ducket found Yossarian wonderful, and was already trying to change him. She loved to watch him taking short naps with his face down and his arm thrown across her, or staring bleakly at the endless, tame, quiet waves, breaking like pet puppy dogs against the shore, scampering lightly up the sand a foot or two and then trotting away. She was calm in his silences. She knew she did not bore him, and she buffed or painted her fingernails studiously while he dozed or brooded, and the desultory warm afternoon breeze vibrated delicately on the surface of the beach. She loved to look at his wide, long, sinewy back with its bronzed, unblemished skin. She loved to bring him to flame instantly by taking his whole ear in her mouth suddenly and running her hand down his front all the way. She loved to make him burn and suffer till dark, then satisfy him. Then kiss him adoringly because she had brought him such bliss. Yossarian was never lonely with Nurse Ducket, who really did know how to keep her mouth shut, and was just capricious enough. He was haunted and tormented by the vast, boundless ocean. He wondered mournfully, as Nurse Ducket buffed her nails, about all the people who had died under water. There were surely more than 1 million already. Where were they? What insects had eaten their flesh? He imagined the awful impotence of breathing in helplessly quarts and quarts of water. Yossarian followed the small fishing boats and military launches plying back and forth far out, and found them unreal. It did not seem true that there were full-sized men aboard, going somewhere every time. He looked towards stony Elba, and his eyes automatically searched overhead for the fluffy, white, turnip-shaped cloud in which Clevenger had vanished. He peered at the vaporous Italian skyline and thought of Orr. Clevenger and Orr. Where had they gone? Yossarian had once stood on a jetty at dawn and watched a tufted round log that was drifting toward him on the tide turn unexpectedly into the bloated face of a drowned man. It was the first dead person he had ever seen. He thirsted for life and reached out ravenously to grasp and hold Nurse Ducket's flesh. He studied every floating object fearfully for some gruesome sign of Clevenger and Orr, prepared for any morbid shock, but the shock McWatt gave him one day, with the plane that came blasting suddenly into sight out of the distant stillness and hurtled mercilessly along the shoreline with a great growling, clattering roar over the bobbing raft, on which blond, pale Kid Sampson, his naked sides scrawny even from so far away, leaped clownishly up to touch it at the exact moment some arbitrary gust of wind or minor miscalculation of McWatt's senses dropped the speeding plane down just low enough for a propeller to slice him half away. Even people who were not there remembered vividly exactly what happened next. There was the briefest, softest filtering audibly through the shattering, overwhelming howl of the plane's engines. And then there were just Kid Sampson's 2 pale, skinny legs, still joined by strings somehow at the bloody, truncated hips, standing stock still on the raft for what seemed a full minute or two, before they toppled over backward into the water finally with a faint, echoing splash, and turned completely upside down, so that only the grotesque toes and the plaster-white soles of Kid Sampson's feet remained in view. On the beach, all hell broke loose. Nurse Kramer materialized out of thin air suddenly and was weeping hysterically against Yossarian's chest, while Yossarian hugged her shoulders and soothed her. His other arm bolstered Nurse Ducket, who was trembling and sobbing against him too, her long, angular face dead white. Everyone at the beach was screaming and running, and the men sounded like women. They scampered for their things in panic, stooping hurriedly and looking askance at each gentle, knee-high wave bubbling in as though some ugly, red, grisly organ like a liver or a lung might come washing right up against them. Those in the water were struggling to get out, forgetting in their haste to swim, wailing, walking, held back in their flight by the viscous, clinging sea as though by a biting wind. Kid Sampson had reigned all over. Those who spied drops of him on their limbs or torsos drew back with terror and revulsion, as though trying to shrink away from their own odious skins. Everybody ran in a sluggish stampede, shooting tortured, horrified glances back, filling the deep, shadowy, rustling woods with their frail gasps and cries. Yossarian drove both stumbling, faltering women before him frantically, shoving them and prodding them to make them hurry, and raced back with a curse to help when Hungry Joe tripped on the blanket or the camera case he was carrying and fell forward on his face in the mud of the stream. Back at the squadron, everyone already knew. Men in uniform were screaming and running there too, or standing motionless in one spot, rooted in awe, like Sergeant Knight and Dr. Nika, as they gravely craned their heads upward and watched the guilty, banking, forlorn airplane with McWatt circle and circle slowly and climb. "Who is it?" Yossarian shouted anxiously at Dr. Nika as he ran up, breathless and limp, his somber eyes burning with a misty, hectic anguish. "Who's in the plane?" "McWatt," said Sergeant Knight. "He's got the 2 new pilots with him on a training flight. Dr. Nika's up there, too." "I'm right here," contended Dr. Nika in a strange and troubled voice, darting an anxious look at Sergeant Knight. "Why doesn't he come down?" Yossarian exclaimed in despair. "Why does he keep going up?" "He's probably afraid to come down," Sergeant Knight answered without moving his solemn gaze from McWatt's solitary climbing airplane. "He knows what kind of trouble he's in." And McWatt kept climbing higher and higher, nosing his droning airplane upward evenly in a slow oval spiral that carried him far out over the water as he headed south and far in over the russet foothills when he had circled the landing field again and was flying north. He was soon up over 5,000 feet. His engines were soft as whispers. A white parachute popped open suddenly in a surprising puff. A second parachute popped open a few minutes later and coasted down, like the first, directly in toward the clearing of the landing strip. There was no motion on the ground. The plane continued south for 30 seconds more, following the same pattern, familiar and predictable now, and McWatt lifted a wing and banked gracefully around into his turn. "2 more to go," said Sergeant Knight. "McWatt and Dr. Nika." "I'm right here, Sergeant Knight," Dr. Nika told him plaintively. "I'm not in the plane." "Why don't they jump?" Sergeant Knight asked, pleading aloud to himself. "Why don't they jump?" "It doesn't make sense," grieved Dr. Nika, biting his lip. "It just doesn't make sense." But Yossarian understood suddenly why McWatt wouldn't jump, and went running uncontrollably down the whole length of the squadron after McWatt's plane, waving his arms and shouting up at him imploringly to come down. "McWatt, come down!" But no one seemed to hear. Certainly not McWatt. And a great choking moan tore from Yossarian's throat as McWatt turned again, dipped his wings once in salute, decided, "Oh well, what the hell?" and flew into a mountain. Colonel Cathcart was so upset by the deaths of Kid Sampson and McWatt that he raised the missions to 65.